Welcome to day 2, February 16th, 2023, California Department of Education Advisory Commission on Special Education meeting. Ms. Chapman, please facilitate a roll call to establish a quorum.
My pleasure. Good morning, Commissioners. As I call your name, please unmute yourself and verify your presence. Commissioner Andrews, Commissioner Estes,
Here.
Commissioner Graff,
Here.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Here.
Chair Hayes-White,
Here.
Commissioner Lopez,
Here.
Commissioner Notch,
Here.
Commissioner Oyakawa,
Here.
Commissioner Ruiz,
Here.
Commissioner Snipes,
Here.
Commissioner Sorter, Commissioner Topalian,
Here.
Commissioner Tostin.
Present.
Thank you. That concludes our roll call. We have a quorum.
Thank you. I hereby call the February 16th, 2023 meeting of the California Advisory Commission on Special Education to order at 10:02 a.m. Commissioner Snipes, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And now we move forward with our regular business. Housekeeping and announcements. Commissioners, please note the adjustment to our meeting agenda. We are going to begin our day with item 7 due to the time delay from yesterday's meeting, and we will proceed with all other agenda items as indicated on today's agenda. Commissioners, please note that we have an automated electronic reimbursement process now. And so that's what this blue folder is, okay? You have to go online to submit your reimbursements now. And also, for those commissioners who were unable to have their badge, photo ID badge taken yesterday, you're gonna have to take them next time in April on Wednesday from 9 to 10. That's your window of time. And that concludes our announcements. Now we're going to proceed forward with the review of the agenda and public comments. Vice Chair Tostin, please review the agenda and review the guidelines for providing public comments in person, via telephone, and or via email.
Absolutely. Good morning, all. In reviewing our agenda, we'll begin the day with item number 7 from yesterday, report out from the Operations and Planning Committee. Next, we will move to item 10, where we will receive a presentation from special education local plan areas related to mental health services that are being delivered to students with disabilities in California. Item 11 is a presentation from the California Transition Alliance Youth Leadership Cadre. This is in relation to Senate Bill 291, preparing us for our two new student commissioners. We will break for lunch at 12:15. I'm just going to repeat that. We will break for lunch at 12:15. Then we will move to item 12, where we will be working in work groups to look at proposed bylaw amendments related to the student commissioners and our liaison committee work. Moving into item 13, we will report out from our work groups. Item 14 is the Mental Health Committee report. Item 15, the Legislative and Policy Committee report. Item 16, the Goal Award Committee report. Item 17, we will move into agenda building. Item 18, we will have public comment, and at 4:30 p.m., we will adjourn. Any questions related to the agenda? Before we move into public comments, I just wanted to share a logistical thought. Each time we have a presenter, I would like us to get into a cadence of our comments so that we all understand what's coming next. Immediately following the presenter, the chair will make some initial comments. It's during that time I'm looking for commissioners, and I'm scanning the dais for 1 to 2 commissioners who may have comments initially. Once I have those names, I'll report those names out, and any commissioners online will follow immediately after the first 2 commissioners. When we are having online comments from commissioners, that's when I'm scanning the dais for anyone else who needs to make a comment, and I'm looking for the complete list of anyone who makes the comments. So 2 initially, online comments, and then looking for everyone else. I will wrap up commissioner comments with my comments and then transition back to the chair to tie up that item, and then we'll move to the next item. So logistically, I believe that will help us move through our comments. And while we want to obviously have thoughtful conversations and discussions related to our presentation, we also want to be mindful of time for public commenters as well. And so even if each of us took 2 minutes for every item, that adds an additional 30 minutes for every item and doesn't leave time for public comments. So the chair will typically acknowledge the presenters, thank them for the investment of their time and being here with us today. And so I would ask all of us, if we had comments along that same vein, to withhold them and let the chair communicate on behalf of all of us our appreciation. And we focus our comments on adding value to the discussion or getting clarification. All right. With that, want to go over the directions for public comment. If I could ask for the slide to be put on the screen, because I don't remember the instructions. Members of the public can provide comments through 3 channels. Obviously, members in the room, please connect with the appropriate staff person from the department to sign up for the public comment list. Public comments are limited to 2 minutes. We would ask that you please make your public comments specific to that agenda item. Any general public comments we'll ask you to withhold to the end of the meeting. Public may also provide public comments through via email at ACSE at cde@cde.ca.gov. Additionally, members of the public may call in to the public conference dial-in line when the chair is making her final comments to the presenters. That would be a good time to share the slide for public comment and to begin lining up in the queue, and then we will take public comments. Any questions or details that I did not emphasize sufficiently? Back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We are now going to move right into item number 7, Operations and Planning Committee Report and Bylaws Committee Report. I would like to highlight the conversation we had during our O&P and Bylaws Committee meetings yesterday morning. So, Commissioners, please help me recall our conversation. Item number 1 that we discussed was the election for the 2022-23 Vice Chair position. Let us congratulate and thank Vice Chair Tostin for joining leadership. And can we give him a virtual clap? Thank you. All right. Item number 2, we talked about our annual Capitol visit and Legislation Day. And during our October meeting, we had a discussion around reinstating our annual Capitol visit and Legislation Day. And I had an opportunity to submit a letter that you guys have on behalf of ACSE to our new education senator, Josh Newman, who is the new chair of the Education Committee. And guess what, guys? He responded to us the very next day. That was amazing. He was thrilled and excited and invited us to come out on April 19th at 3 p.m. So we are going over to the Capitol, and we are going to be planning our visit. So I'm going to pass the mic over to the co-chairs of the Legend Policy Committee, who is going to help us plan for that day. Commissioner Notch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To add on to what you shared, the amazing news about the enthusiastic response that you received, we also discussed the structure and how we're going to establish the structure for ACSE's participation in the Capitol visit this year and in subsequent years. Yesterday, we spoke about our intention to share our annual report, to also share our logic model theory of action from the Legislative and Policy Committee, as well as our equity rubric, as those are two very important documents that we use in analyzing bills that we want to officially support. And so co-chair, Vice Chair Tostin, it's bumpy. We had further discussion today, which we'll share in a later agenda item, kind of carving out some more details. But we are just so thrilled to have the opportunity, and we're looking forward to the visit.
Absolutely, and that is going to be super duper fun. And I will send a letter, if you will, to Henry Stern, asking him to visit with us. Is there a motion on the floor for me to do that?
I motion.
Second.
Any discussion?
Actually, maybe we should share the significance of Senator Stern's work in relation to ACSE.
You can go ahead.
So Senator Stern introduced SB 291 and was the champion for the bill to ensure that we had 2 voting student commissioners, and the significance for that for us as a commission. And one, we are going to have a greater access to student voice in our deliberations, but also I believe we are the first commission to move in this direction. So significant progress in this work, and so we wanted to take the opportunity to acknowledge Senator Stern in that regard.
That would be a great way for us to go over and share the progress that we're making on SB 291, so I think that would be appropriate. So this is our discussion. Any other discussion? Estes, I see you. All right. Ms. Chapman, can you please take a roll call?
My pleasure.
Yay. Yes.
Yes.
Aye.
Oh. Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Chair Hayes White,
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez,
Aye.
Commissioner Notch,
Aye.
Commissioner Ayakawa, Commissioner Ruiz,
Aye.
Commissioner Snipes, Commissioner Sorter, Commissioner Topalian,
Yes.
Commissioner Tostin,
Yes.
Commissioner Estes,
Yes.
First time is COVID. Oh.
it is complete.
Thank you. The
Oh.
motion passes.
There are angels that live in the ceiling above us, so.
All right, we're going to move right on into the next bullet. We also had a conversation around revisiting the public's call for advanced access to ACSE meeting materials and documents. And we had a conversation around 508 compliance, typically perhaps being a barrier for our public materials and access in advance. And so we discussed what is 508 compliance, what does it look like, and what are the requirements for meeting 508 compliance. And so, commissioners, I open the floor for you to recall what else we said.
We had a conversation, or the conversation extended to recognizing the importance of 508 compliance. We learned that our great state of California, our 508 compliance standards exceed the federal regulations. And so we want to make sure that we honor the commitment of our state to provide access to electronic materials. So we need to learn a little bit more, as well learning more about 508 compliance, but also working with our partners at the state board to understand the strategies and processes they use to ensure that the meeting documents are available to the public in advance. And we recognize that that may require us to work with our presenters in a different way, changing our timelines in terms of asking for materials far in advance, and providing criteria or guidelines that we would expect each presenter to meet with their presentation materials when they're presenting at ACSE. So this will be a longer conversation and set of actions that we will need to take. One of the conversations or part of the conversation that we had was bringing in someone to familiarize us and give us a greater understanding of 508 compliance. And so potentially during our agenda building conversation, we could discuss the priority that takes in terms of which meeting we would like to agendize that.
Thank you. Executive Secretary Calamise, can you give us some more direction on what 508 compliance is? Because I think we are going to need to have a presentation so we are clear when we have a presenter who wants to request to come visit us, that in order for them to present, there needs to be certain requirements met.
Yes, 508 compliance, and trust me, I am not the expert on 508 compliance, and it is quite extensive and actually quite technical in terms of making materials 508 compliant. However, in terms of just 508, in terms of accessibility for individuals, is really a law that requires sort of the websites to be safe and accessible for people with disabilities. And so it covers a wide range of issues that allow access to the materials in the way that's appropriate for individuals with various disabilities to access it. So, thinking about visuals, thinking about text, thinking about font, thinking about those type of things, even including hyperlinks, are typically some of the bigger, more general ways that presentations and other materials are made 508 compliant, including colors or things like sort of animated graphics and those sort of things. So, for us and our team, happy to have a discussion in terms of the presentation needed to bring, the commission up to speed. We do have specific standards located on our website for your leisurely perusal whenever you have a free moment, but certainly can dialogue around, working with the commission to ensure that our materials are accessible by all.
Thank you. All right. So speaking of the website, we also had a conversation around an update on having our annual report on our website. Folks can't find it. So how can we make sure that the annual report that we work so hard on is accessible to our audience? Anybody else want to add what else we said about that?
Well, the conversation really became exactly what you said about the commission became more aware of the issues around 508 compliance because our annual report, we were told, couldn't be posted to the CDE website. And so what does that look like in terms of moving forward? Do we need a separate website? Do we need the website update so that people do have the access to it?
Executive Secretary Calamise, can we have some more insights on how we could make that happen, or what does that look like? What do we need to do to have our annual report linked to the ACSE page?
Sure. We house the annual report on other websites, and we link it to the CDE website. So it's sort of linked through another website. I believe it's the SIP website, I believe, but we can also create sort of a separate section that makes it a little bit more visible so that it doesn't appear to be buried or folks have to sort of hunt to find it. So that's something we can do to work with, our team to do that as well.
So if people were surfing the web on ACSE, they wouldn't see the annual report. They have to be surfing the web and going to the SIP.
Correct. So I think what we can do is on our ACSE webpage or landing page, note where it's located as well.
Okay. Commissioners, any thoughts on that? I just want our audience to know where to go to find it. That's the piece.
And I think there's, the link, and maybe what we can do is enhance the link that's, on the SIP website, on our webpage, so that it stands out a little bit more.
And there's a comment from Director Almond.
Another thing I wanted to add as an example of accessibility with compliance with 50A, with regard to the visual, often you'll see the picture. With VI students, VI adults can't see that or what it looks like. They have no space to understand. So we need to have an audio description that needs to be clicked on, like person with blonde hair, white shirt with a collar, etc. So that gives them the opportunity to have 100% access to what the person looks like. So that's specifically for our low vision or VI individuals that would be accessing this kind of work and information. It's complicated, and it's a piece of complicated technology that's run in the background but ultimately makes it successful.
I'm just curious, is there a way for us to get information about how many hits the SIP website gets regarding the report, so we know how many people actually have read it? Because if it's not on the ACSE website, it may be more challenging for people to even know that it's there. Yes. So I'm just curious if it's a way for us to know how many hits it's from the SIP website.
We can check with our partners in SIP as well. And I did want to let folks know it's on our webpage as well. So I think we can probably look at both to see how many people are maybe accessing it as well from either site.
All right, thank you for that. The next bullet that we discussed was the upcoming business connected to the implementation of SB 291. And we have a mentorship and training committee. We have our co-chairs, Commissioner Topalian and Commissioner Ruiz have agreed to lead this task, and I want to thank you for that. We also talked about universal design for learning and student commissioners and 508 compliance and IEP accommodations, and what all that means moving forward for all of us. Commissioners, I open the floor. What did we talk about?
For me, it really highlighted the level of intention that we're going to need to have, not just for student commissioners. I think, again, students with disabilities grow up to be adults with disabilities. We were talking about on the dais this morning as an adult with attention deficit disorder. There are some things that would be helpful for me in the meeting, not necessarily accommodations, but just thoughtfulness around pace. And so as we are welcoming our new student commissioners, it provides us an opportunity to consider how accessible our meetings are for everyone, not just our students. But we do recognize that our students may need an additional level of support because unlike many of us, they're not in the business day to day and sitting in the meetings. And so how we support their learning curve in terms of learning all the acronyms and being prepared to engage in the conversation, the level of support that they will need.
Anyone else? We also talked about multiple modes of access, so we are really moving into a direction where we want to model exemplary practices from our website to our live meetings to our roles out into the world in California. We want to make sure we are demonstrating that here in this building and on our website. What else y'all got to say about that? Commissioner Ruiz.
I mentioned it yesterday, breaking things down, breaking the language down into very bite-sized, understandable pieces. We think that that would really increase participation statewide with whoever's listening and tuning into our meetings. And I think that would just show them how much we value their participation, everybody's. So I think SB 291 is going to be the catalyst of that, but I think it's just going to serve us very well. And so that's what we talked about a lot yesterday.
Thank you. Anybody else before we move into the next bullet? All right. We also talked about the suggested bylaw amendments and proposed language for our liaison partnership program and student commissioners, and we're going to be diving heavily into that work today. So please get ready to put your thinking caps on, like my grandmother used to tell me, put your thinking cap on. And we also talked about the proposed timeline. We haven't had student commissioners since 2019. So when we go into our work groups, we have a achievable timeline to have our commissioners for August of 2023. So be ready for that important work. All right. Anybody else want to say something about that? All right. Hearing none, can I please have the slide up for public comment? And our audience members, if you want to come and make a comment, you can do so now. Is Ms. Alvarado on the line?
Yes.
Are there any public commenters?
One moment. We have no problems.
Thank you. Now, we're going to move into item number 10, mental health services delivered to students in California with disabilities. A team of special education local plan areas will share the collective impact of providing regional mental health services to students across the state. Hello, SELPA team, please come up. Introduce yourselves. I pass the mic to you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Veronica Coates. I'm the Assistant Superintendent of Tehama County Department of Education and Tehama County SELPA. And we're going to lead you through a journey of the state of California and some regional model ERMS programs. As we are all special educators, we're nimble, right? So we have some folks online who couldn't join us today due to their geographical needs in the Santa Barbara SELPA. And our presentation was going to have them a little later, but they have a hard stop at 11. So we're going to move their presentation first. So I might be doing some things here real quick. But before we go on, we have a number of amazing leaders in the room from the following SELPAs: Tehama, Tulare, Santa Barbara, and Desert Mountain. They'll introduce themselves and their teams when they come up for their presentation. But it's just a testament to the call out of our association when we said, can we get together and look at a true statewide journey? So we wanted to give you that lens, not just one region, not just one pocket, but how some of these models can span from the tip top of our state all the way to the most southern region, coastal region, Central Valley. And we had a great group of folks here. We could have had multiple other leaders also presenting, but these are the folks we have today, and you're going to get to hear from them. And I'm so honored and humbled to be in their presence and your presence. I did want to do a little history lesson, just a smidge. But as we know, AB 114 came into effect in 2011, and that allowed LEAs and SELPAs to operate their own mental health programs instead of being in that kind of arranged marriage with our county behavioral mental health. And at that time, it took a lot of innovation and thinking and being nimble and being really, really quick to develop these programs. So what you've seen, this is an infancy model, if you think about it. This is less than 10 years of having model programs. And I want to call out Vice Chair Tostin. Our journey started in this together, started when this happened, as I actually was a school psychologist in Mr. Tostin's SELPA at the time, and it took very brave and courageous SELPA leaders in that moment to act and make decisions of what was best locally for their students to ensure that zip code did not matter and that the service level would be delivered for those most acute students in that moment. And Mr. Tostin was an integral part of being able to develop a program very quickly. And when you get to my part of the presentation, you will see that it was able to be replicated. So I think that's important because you all are here talking about evidence-based, had the ability to replicate model programs, and you will see kind of through that journey and that history of the replicability of these programs. So I want to call you out. I'm sure you're not loving it, but it is important to know you have someone at the table who's helped develop and really thought through not just the programmatic side, right? Because we're all program developers behind us, but you also have to have a fiscal mind and how to understand how to integrate and braid funding along and across the way. So we're hoping to bring that level of expertise as well, not just, hey, look at our programs, but also the innovation that happened in the room and how all of these programs are really locally driven based on the needs of our students and families. So we were going to take the journey down the state, but we're going to start with our Santa Barbara colleagues, and then we'll go back. Maybe we'll go back up the state. So we'll go, sorry. Don't look, we'll get dizzy here. All right, I think we're here. And I'm going to hand it off to Ray Avila and his colleague Allison from Santa Barbara. They're actually on Zoom.
Thank you, Veronica. And thank you to the Commission for inviting us this morning to share about how we spend some of our ERMS dollars regionally here in Santa Barbara County. And so we will always have the continued goal for least restrictive environment for our students. And one way that we do this is providing a therapeutic learning program model that allows our students to stay, most importantly, either within their LEA or ultimately in our county if they have to enter into a regional classroom. So the therapeutic learning program has been around for several years, but the actual model has changed. We have found a model that has been designed research-based that meets the needs of our students, and we take great pride in the fact that it keeps our students in our county versus going to a more restrictive learning environment. So joining me today, yes, is my wonderful colleague, Allison Lindsay. She is our mental health manager here at Santa Barbara County SELPA, and she's going to share with you the conception of this model and what it entails.
Hi, everybody. I apologize for my voice today. Of course, today is the day that this happens to my voice, so I'm going to do my best. So we're going to move on to the next slide, which is going to show you our counties, how we arrived at this GROW model and where we are today. So as you can see, back in the far left in 2011 and 2012 school year, and before that, we didn't have any organized programming that served this population, which is really our tier 3 population of students that have emotional and behavioral disorders. And starting in the 2012-2013 school year, our county did adopt the tiers model, which was a model created by Dr. Diana Browning Wright. And we used that model for 6 years. The reason why we decided to shift away from that model was because we really weren't seeing the outcomes that we would like to see. We had very high numbers of non-public school placements for our students, as well as not a lot of movement to a less restrictive environment. So based on that data, we decided to make a shift. And we made that shift in 2018, 2019, and we created a hybrid model between the tiers model and what we now call our GROW model, which I'll explain a little bit more in detail in the next slide. But we decided to create that hybrid model because we know change is hard, not just for our students, but for our staff and our adults as well. So we did that, and then we moved into our complete GROW model, our therapeutic wellness framework for serving students with emotional and behavioral disorders, starting in 2019-2020 school year. And we are now in about year 4 of implementing that model in our county. And just to note, that was also during the pandemic. So of course that came with a lot of challenges, which we really did our best to meet virtually. But now we're very happy to be back in person and supporting our staff and our students with implementing the GROW model. And we can move on to the next slide. So what is our GROW model in special education? I know we love our acronyms. So it's an acronym for growth mindset, resilience, other-centered, and work ethic. And this model really is looking at not just looking at behavioral sciences, but we really just went to the drawing board of evidence-based strategies to support students with emotional and behavioral disorders. So we were looking at drawing from different areas of research in trauma, neuroscience, education, and behavioral science to really address the needs of the whole child, and to really shorten that gap between research to practice, because we've learned so much about the brain, about trauma, and about neuroscience in the last 10 to 15 years. We're really drawing from a lot of research from individuals such as Dr. Bruce Perry, Dr. Dan Siegel, in order to create this model that, again, addresses the whole child. So the framework is composed of 3 main categories. So our 3 main categories are social emotional wellness, self-regulation, and academics. So we're really looking at how an adult and a student needs to be in a state of regulation in order to be able to learn. So focusing a lot as well on the adult and the adult's ability to recognize when they get dysregulated so that they can help bring themselves back to a state of regulation, so they can therefore help to co-regulate with the student when they need their support. So that's a big focus of our model. And then as well as other components. So underneath those 3 large categories, we have subcategories, which of course today we don't have time to go into, but we just wanted to share that with you today. And the image on this slide is the picture of our GROW manual. So we have manualized this program. This was the first edition of our program, but now we're working on our 2nd edition of this model already. And we're looking also out at, is this model effective? So we're collecting data all the time related to outcomes from our model, as well as fidelity related data. And just to backtrack a little bit, just wanted to state that the reason why we developed this model in the first place in our county is because there's very limited research to guide teacher training and special education programming of students with EBD. So one of our reasons of developing this was to create more content, to create more programming to serve this population, with the hopes that we are going to see our data continue to show that this model is effective at serving this population and keeping them within our community and helping them to move towards a less restrictive environment. We can move on to the next slide. So in this slide, we show on the far left that how we do this is through staff training and consultation. So in the beginning of the year, we do district-wide and county-wide professional development, where we go in depth on the research behind this model, as well as the different components of the model. And then what does that look like in terms of how do we implement it across settings? So it's going to look different in an elementary school versus a junior high program and a high school program. And then we also do a lot of push-in and consultation, which is a huge part of the effectiveness of implementing this, because as we know, just providing professional development isn't enough. We really need that ongoing coaching and support. So being able to provide that is really crucial to fidelity of implementation. And also another support for our staff is our GROW manual, as I mentioned. And then we also created a GROW website that our staff have access to, where they can access a variety of content and resources, previous trainings, and other resources that help augment the different components of our model. Our website also serves as the hub where all of our staff go to enter data on a regular basis, which moves me to that middle column, which is our yearly program evaluation. So our staff complete very short weekly surveys, as well as quarterly surveys, in order to give us information about about fidelity data and implementation, so we know where we need to support more, and also that outcome related data to see if we're really making progress and an impact. And we use this data to inform our program changes, because where we started may not be where we end up. So we're always learning and improving our program through that data. We also collect data via the DESA, which is the social emotional screener that's strengths-based. So we're really looking at are our students improving in their social emotional skills over time. So that's another piece of data collection. So our outcomes thus far, in the column on the far right, is that we're very proud that we've seen a decrease in our non-public school and residential treatment center placements. In our Santa Barbara County, we do not have any non-public schools. So if a student needs that level of support, they are typically have to be referred out of our county, and it's usually a residential placement. So we really are working very hard with this program to serve our students in our local community and in that less restrictive environment. So we went from 12 non-public school or residential treatment center placements in 2017 and 2018 to now we are currently at 4 non-public school placements in our current academic school year. And then we also just wanted to show that our social emotional competencies, and that's via the DESA ratings, were either maintained or improved over the last 2 academic years, which we're also very happy to see that outcome as well, to see that we're either maintaining or improving in those skills. So that's a quick snapshot of our GROW model within our county, again, serving that Tier 3 population for students with emotional and behavioral needs. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be able to present today.
Allison, will you stick around for questions at the end? Are you able to?
Yes, absolutely.
Sorry to do this. Go back to my SELPA.
Excuse me, if I could just comment. I really want to compliment Allison on her presentation about using language, acronyms, and this sort of thing for the viewing public, so that who may not be familiar with a lot of the acronyms. So again, Allison, you did a great job. So thank you.
Keep that in mind. Yeah.
Thank you.
we like to do a lot of acronyms in our world. So we will really try to not do that because there's a lot of acronyms and ERMs as well. Yes, right. All right. So, yeah. So we'll talk it. Yeah, we will spell it all out. The slides sometimes don't allow for all of that space. So we'll take that into consideration. Thank you. All right. Oh, go ahead. What? Acronize. Well, it happens. All right. So a little history for Tehama County Special Education Local Plan Area. I became the SELP administrator in 2015, and at that time, they were subcontracting out their educationally related mental health services. So those top tier, or like we say in our county, off the tier mental health services for students with the most acuity for emotional and behavioral needs. And when I was looking at the And I had come from Sutter County, as I'd said, with David as our SELP administrator, and we had started a program, an educationally related mental health program, right after the monies continued to, or was changed to flow directly to SELPAs. So I had in my mind all the things I wanted to change right away, right? And we know as leaders that doesn't always work automatically. But when I looked at the IEPs, for these students with this subcontractor doing all of the mental health services, I found something very interesting. Every IEP was the same. Every single IEP had the same service, the same minutes, and no progress monitoring and no assessment. So I started working with our superintendents and talking to them about the model that I had helped co-create in Sutter County, and they were on board to change. So we rapidly redesigned our program and then rapidly implemented it. Our program manager is actually not here. Her name is Aubrey Folk. She's probably online, but she's at a dance competition with her daughter in Disneyland. So just want to give her a shout out. She's in the happiest place on earth, and I'm in the hot seat. So I'm sure she's watching, though. So our current implementation is run completely by county office staff through the model of funding through the SELPA, meaning all the money is pooled, and we take all of that money and hire all of the staff. So it's a shared risk and a shared responsibility. Responsibility is the word I want to kind of highlight on that. All services for students off the tier. So I want to be clear about that. We don't see it as a tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. We are serving the most acute students in our region in this model. And it is all students on IEPs. All LEAs have access regardless of their size. So we'll talk a little bit about that in the next slide. I am a school psychologist by origin, so assessment means something to me. And I think when we look at a lot of other services, we would never put, say, speech and language on an IEP without an assessment, right? We would never do that. We wouldn't just add it. And I think what we've seen in some models across the state is suddenly counseling services or educationally related mental health services were getting put on IEPs without really looking at the true need or the true continuum of support that was needed for the student, and also how to ensure that it was the least restrictive service for the student. So in our model, we start with a very robust assessment. Student need drives the assessment, which then drives the goals, which then drives the service in the least restrictive environment. We, like Santa Barbara, SELPA, do not have non-public schools in our region. So we are committed to continuing to have our students in the least restrictive environment at their home schools. We also have a very transitory population, even within our county, high numbers of foster youth. And we want that clinician to stay with the student no matter where the student goes in our region. So this assessment is driven by their need. And then the clinician or the psychologist who does the assessment follows that student wherever they're at so that it's continuity of care. then we're progress monitoring constantly to ensure that this off-the-tier service is truly the level of need the child or the student needs. And our ultimate goal is always to get back down to a Tier 3, Tier 2, or universal support. So who are we? We have a staff of a clinical staff of behaviorists, behavior aides, an administrator with a PPS credential, which I think is key as that so PPS credential is Pupil Personnel Services. That would be someone with a school psychologist credential, school counselor credential, or a school social work credential. We really feel that's important to ensure that the program is really looking at the educational needs behind these services. Our team includes, though, a very wide variety of individuals with vast expertise, including marriage family therapists, licensed clinical social workers, school psychs, board-certified behaviorists, also known as BCBAs, and what we call intensive behavior interventionists, which are paraprofessionals with really high leverage practice training on behavioral and social emotional interventions. Who do we serve? We serve all students who are eligible for that off-the-tier service based on that assessment I just talked about. We serve 14 school districts and 2 charter LEAs. Ranging in size, you heard me yesterday, from a one-room schoolhouse to a district with about 2,000 ADA. We're very, very small. We provide the whole range of the services offered in that counseling kind of continuum, which would be individual counseling, social work, parent counseling, behavior intervention services, psychological services, and counseling and guidance. I'm going to go back, actually. So when we look at those services, I think it's important to note that that's why we think the assessment is really the foundation of our support, because sometimes it's not talk therapy that the student is what the student needs, right? I'm seeing some nods. And sometimes, as many of us are seeing, our early learners are really needing this level of support, and we want to ensure access to that service. Sometimes that is parent counseling. Parent counseling may be that service. So through our assessment, we determine that level of need. So I'm here to say we're really proud. Not every IEP looks the same. In fact, we serve about 100 kids a year. They are all very different. We're also proud of some of our outcomes. We transition 20 to 30% a year back to a lesser restrictive service. I think that's important to note. And we are very, very integrated and braiding our service level with our county office, who has an MHSSA grant, and they employ about 5 clinical staff members. So we're constantly looking which service level is appropriate, and then ultimately the goal is to have a service at that wherever this child or youth is attending school. So we have this level of support, a full continuum. We're really, really proud of it. And I think hearing your discussion yesterday on community schools, our goal is to really, hopefully, integrate both of our educationally related mental health services off the tier, our MHSSA, and I don't know the acronym for that. Mental Health Services. Thank you.
Mental Health Student Services Act.
Thank you. That's not my world, sorry. But we're looking to integrate all 3 of those levels along with at the LEA level to ensure wherever the student lives, whatever the need is, that they're getting that level of support, including family support. So just wanted to end my part with just some photos. Our team really feels like they also want to give back to our community. So every year our team works with all of our LEAs and our county office to provide a holiday dinner to any family in our off-the-tier program who requests it. And it's become a hot commodity. We serve dinners to probably about 50% of our families who have this level of service. And it's all of our team going to purchase, get donations, and seek that community support from the LEA's county office and local businesses in our community. So we really also see this not just as we want to take our little piece of the pie and be a part of the community. We really want to embed our program into our community, so we're really proud of it. And I'm gonna hand it off to my esteemed colleagues in Tulare County.
Thank you so much, first of all, for inviting us and having us here. I am Tammy Bradford. I'm an Assistant Superintendent for Tulare County Office of Education and the SELPA Director. So I kind of wear two hats, or I should say three, because I'm a mom as well, right? We got to throw it all in there. My kids will say that should be my biggest job, but we'll start here. So let me just kind of go over Tulare County at first of all, to kind of start with, and then I will have Dr. Newell, Jennifer Newell here, is our Director for Behavioral Health Services, and she'll really dive in deeper with regards to our program and the services that we provide our students within Tulare County. Tulare County is centrally located. We are nestled between Bakersfield and Fresno. I like to say nestled because it really sounds a lot better than what we have there. It's a beautiful county, and we enjoy where we are, but we are about 5,000 square miles. So it's an enormous county, and we actually are a multi-district SELPA. So I have 43 LEAs, and then besides the fact that we are a county office means that we have juvenile hall and the community side of it as well. So we're very large in nature. We serve over 100,000 students within our county within those 43 districts, and about just over 13,000 students on IEPs within our county, and we, believe it or not, have an infant program that provides services to infants between the ages of birth to 3. 1,200 we just hit in the month of January. So a lot of needs that we truly have in our county. And when I say 1,200, I saw your faces, everyone's like, oh my gosh, that's a lot of babies, right? That's a lot of infants. So we do provide just a wealth of services to the students that we have there. So just to kind of go over just a brief history of where we are, first of all, I can say that we have an amazing relationship with Tulare County Health and Human Services. And without that relationship and the rapport that we have built with them going way back to 2012, we would not be where we are today. When we first started providing ERM services, we were serving about 115 students receiving ERM services on IEPs. And here we are in 2023, and we are providing services to about 550 students who are getting ERMs throughout our entire county. And very similar to Veronica, we provide all of those services to any student within those districts that we are serving within our SELPA, and make sure that it's a collaborative effort. When we come to the table to provide services, it's not only the education piece and the mental health piece, but we have a ton of community partners that really come together and collaborate to make sure that we are looking at the whole child, like not just the education piece, but like Veronica said, the parent outcomes. We are going into the homes. We provide the crisis as well, which Jennifer will speak to more. So that's kind of just an overview of Tulare County, because I know all of our SELPAs and our counties look very, very different. Okay, so we can talk to the staffing piece. We have about 1,100 staff within the Special Services Department for Tulare County for the SELPA, and 100 of them alone are dedicated just to the ERM services that we provide for the 550 students that we are currently working with. Jennifer, as I mentioned before, Dr. Newell's our Director of Behavioral Health Services. We have an Assistant Director, and then here provides you just a list of kind of ongoing other staff and their roles within the services that we provide, all the way down to, believe it or not, we have a behavioral health clinic where we have psychiatry services. In the Central Valley, students don't have access to a lot of services that you normally would get if you were in a larger city. So we do have psychiatry services, and we have this wonderful relationship with the local hospital where we actually do residency programs with them so that they place a psychiatrist at our behavioral health program for those kiddos to get those services that they need as we move forward. It includes nurses, our clinical interns. We have an amazing internship program that we work with a number of universities throughout California and even outside California to get interns in with the hope that they love it so much that they never want to leave, and then we continue to have to add staff to what we are currently doing. So let me go through, and I will pass it to Jennifer so we can spend most of our time talking about what we truly do and what those services look like for our kids and families.
Good morning. So for us, with educationally related mental health services, we've taken a lot of pride in providing comprehensive care. So the list here isn't truly comprehensive. I don't say this is wraparound support, but that is what we provide. We, similar to what's been discussed, we do an assessment to determine the individualized needs of these students, and then we figure out a plan. And we really do have a focus on removing barriers. So my staff know a lot of our services are provided in the schools or educationally related. And there's a lot of support that's needed outside of the school setting that will ultimately assist them in benefiting from their education. And so we have staff that will go to homes early in the morning when we have perhaps anxiety and school avoidance. We do parent coaching. We'll do hands-on kind of learning, not literally hands-on, but learning of like, here are strategies to employ to help your student get from A to B to C to school. We also have a lot of parents that don't work a 8 to 5 job. They might be working in the fields and they're not getting home till the sun goes down. And so it's important that we're also meeting them and being flexible with our time and availability so they can get the same supports that we're offering. So we have staff that are going out to homes later in the evening so that we can connect with those families. Not only do we provide individual support in therapy and through skill building services, but we'll provide family therapy and skill building as necessary. We do have our clinic, and through that we have our psychiatry services. We have a wonderful partnership with our local hospital that just started also a fellowship program for child and adolescent psychiatry. So that's been a wonderful program to continue to also have an influence on our psychiatrists. So it's not uncommon from my experience to have some of our students that are really struggling. So let's say with anxiety is pretty common nowadays. And it's not uncommon for these parents and the students to go and see their doctor and their doctor to say, let's look at a note for home hospital, like let's just give you a break, right? And sometimes this might be appropriate. Particularly when we're looking at medication adjustments. But other times I would argue that we're perhaps reinforcing the behavior of school avoidance. And instead, to really focus on let's build the skills, let's build the tolerance, let's build their emotional regulation to be able to get to school and stay in school. And so by having this connection with our psychiatrists, and to be involved in the training of psychiatrists for our community as well. We've seen a drastic decrease in the home hospital orders that are being submitted because now there's that collaboration piece to say, hold on a second, have we really exhausted everything that we can do? And generally the answer is no. Like we come to the table with our school supports, with our treatment team, and we talk about what else can we do? What more can we do from a wraparound level to wrap around this student and their family to get them the supports that they need to move forward. So the psychiatry piece is really exciting. Through most of our services are provided in school. We have our clinic for psychiatry, and otherwise we're very open with parents. Where are you comfortable meeting us? Many of whom are okay opening their doors and we visit in the home. Sometimes we're sitting on the porch, and sometimes we meet in a community location of their choice. We might meet at a library, we might meet at a coffee shop. We take their lead on what their comfort level is. Bless you. So some highlights, as of end of January, we're sitting at a census of 540 students. My team also, in addition to supporting the students who have educationally related mental health services on their IEPs, which is also assessment driven, we also work really closely with our districts to help support them and provide consultation about the Tier 1 and Tier 2 interventions that need to be put in place. And it's something that we continue to have a lot of conversation about because education-related mental health services, from our perspective, is that an upper level tier that should build upon the supports and services that are being rendered throughout the school system. And so we do a lot of work with our districts. We have really nice working relationships. I have a wonderful team that gets in there and connects not only with the instructional assistants, the behavior techs, the teachers, the program specialists, those case managers, and then up to administrative level to really talk through what the different strategies are to support these students. Our working relationship with our County Department of Mental Health is very strong. We are seen as a model clinic within our children's system of care, which we take a lot of pride in. There's a lot of work that goes into that. We are very involved in the county mental health meetings. We follow their procedures and policies. By doing so, we are a Medi-Cal site certified clinic, and so we are able to braid in funding for students with Medi-Cal to be able to pull down the federal funds for reimbursement of services. So that has been a huge help for us. Last year, we pulled down just about $2.6 million. And so to be able to put that right back into our staff that are highly qualified, are also our marriage and family therapists, our clinical social workers, to get in and to do this work. Our team, particularly our therapists, focus on evidence-based practices. Most of them are trained in EMDR, eye movement desensitization. So it's a trauma treatment that's very well established. We also do trauma-focused cognitive behavioral therapy. So really utilizing these professionals that are grounded in mental health supports and treatment to benefit the students. We do have a robust internship program. We have 2 federal grants that we have received to help continue to bring this. So there is a staffing shortage. I feel very grateful that because of the services we provide, we have a great standing in our community. And so continuing to be fully staffed is not a challenge that we have faced. But by continuing to roll interns into what we're doing, we're also supporting our larger community and schools by creating professionals that are ready to go and provide school-based services, whether we hire them or the schools are able to do that as well. We have a lot of partnerships that were mentioned. So we are partnered with our Kauai Health Hospital. We have strong partnerships with a lot of community providers. We will go do cross trainings. We'll train for them. They come and do trainings for us, or on behalf of our SELPA and County Office of Education, we'll open it up. We work collaboratively with our local LGBTQ center, The Source. We have a strong relationship with Child Welfare Services. We are often in meetings, team decision-making meetings with them and families as we work to support our students and families. We have a close relationship with Juvenile Probation Department. I have a contract with them also to provide, not through ERMS, but social worker in probation. So there's just these really nice woven supports that we're a part of, and really grateful for the county supports that we have. As far as connecting more on the county mental health part, I think that's a pivotal piece. We work very hard at looking at what other resources are available to our students and families. And so by being part of this larger system of care, as we're identifying needs, we tap into additional layers of support that can be embedded for these children and families. So we will never be a one-stop shop for these families. We are working continuously to connect and link, and not just here's a phone number, but scheduling a meeting and bringing these families with these resources together to have what they need to support their student. I think that's it for Tulare County. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Good morning, Commission. Thank you again. We're the last ones up today, and we appreciate the opportunity to share our program with you. I'm Pam Bender. I'm the Chief Executive Officer for CA Help, another acronym, which stands for California Association of Health and Education Linked Professions. And we are the agency that's over Desert Mountain SELPA, Desert Mountain Charter SELPA, and then our Desert Mountain Children's Center. And I have Linda Yamas with me, who is our director of our Children's Center. And I've only been in this position for 14 months, going on 15 months. I have huge shoes to fill because I'm taking over from Dr. Ron Powell, who everybody in the world knows, and Janae Holtz, who was previous there as well. So I've kind of stepped into this program that's already up and running, which is really exciting to be a part of everything that we're doing here. And just as a notification is that our mission is to be able to have the relentless pursuit of whatever works in the life of a child. And so that's what we work for day in and day out. We have 16 districts that are part of our SELPA, and we have 22 charter LEAs. as part of our charter SELPA. We have a very large land mass. We go from Hesperia all the way up to Baker, where our superintendent actually lives in Vegas and comes down to Baker because it's only about an hour and a half drive. And then we go from Trona all the way to Needles. So we go to the river. So we have all of that landmass area. So we have mostly very small districts. I have 5 large districts, our largest district being about 23,000 all the way down to, I want to say about 1,500 is about our smallest district. So we have a wide range of districts. We have a wide range of students and families in those districts as well. So with that, I would like to move it on to Linda, who's going to talk a little bit more about our Children's Center and what we do with our ERMS funding.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Linda Llamas. I'm the director of Desert Mountain Children's Center. I have the honor of overseeing a huge mental health agency that provides therapeutic intervention for children ages birth to 21 years of age. So we get the very, very babies that come from the hospital and who have a predicted trajectory of trouble in their lives, and we get to intervene and interact very quickly. We also, at the school-aged level, get the privilege of sitting on teams of IEP team members and being a part of those teams and making changes in the life of a child. We have a memorandum of understanding with the Desert Mountain SELPA so that way we can provide all of the ERMS counseling for students within our area. And as Pam spoke about earlier, we have a large area that we cover, and we have clinicians in every single school site, at least one clinician assigned to every school site. So we can follow students wherever they go if it's clinically appropriate. We have provided ERMS services to over 2,000 children from July 1st, 2022 to current. And so that's a large amount of children that we are seeing on an everyday basis, and sometimes more than that. Services are provided wherever the child needs, whether it's in the community, in the home, in the clinic, which we have 3 clinics that we serve our children through, and the clinics are in very remote areas so that children can have access to our services. Moving along, this is a quick timeline of our services, and we started in 1992 where our Desert Mountain SELPA hired 2 therapists to start serving kids, and as you can imagine, that was just not enough. In 2003, we were awarded an early periodic screening, diagnosis, and treatment contract with our San Bernardino County Department of Behavioral Health. And so we were able to start providing services to more students through that grant, students who have Medi-Cal. So now we were seeing not only students who have Medi-Cal, but also students with IEPs and had ERMS on their services. In 2005, then we were also awarded another contract, which allowed us to see our littles, our 0 to 5-year-old population, to make that transition into helping kids maybe avoid needing IEPs in the future. So we had a very outstanding relationship with our Department of Behavioral Health at that time and continued to do so. In 2012, we had quickly made arrangements, as the other SELPAs had described. We quickly made arrangements to figure out how we were going to funnel the funding source from the AB 114 dollars, and so we ended up coming up with an MOU from the Desert Mountain SELPA to the Desert Mountain Children's Center to coordinate for all services related to ERMS for our children. And as of today, we have provided ERMS to over 2,000 children with special education needs specifically for ERMS. Currently, we have 200 staff members, and that includes 140 clinical staff, all with various specialties and areas of expertise, so that if a child does move within our district, such as a foster child who may have had several movements within the child's educational history, we can make the clinical decision to be able to follow the child to the child's next placement if it's within our district and area, and continue to do so. Because unfortunately, we do see a lot of movement within children within the foster care system, and we're able to assist them by helping them with that stability. This is just a list of services that we provide to our children. And also on there is medication support. We have 2 child psychiatrists that we see. And our child psychiatrist provides services via telehealth. And that makes it accessible for more of our students to be able to access services. And if there's difficulty with that, we go into the homes and we provide them access to those services in whatever way is possible as it relates to our mission statement, which is the relentless pursuit of whatever works in the life of a child. So because our SELPA provides a portion of the match through our ERMS dollars, that draws down our EPSDT funds, which the acronym for that is Early Periodic Screening, Diagnosis, and Treatment. We're able to provide more services to all of our kids in our area, and we provide services in the most remote locations. If we are not able to provide that match, it does pose a severe limitation for our contracts, and so that impacts services to children. As districts are receiving that money, it poses a real crisis for us to have to think about services differently and possibly not as many services. That the funding, the ability to be able to have that match has helped us be able to employ more staff, to be able to provide services in the most remote locations, and to provide services anywhere that the child is needing. And with that being said, more children are getting the services, the comprehensive services that they need, from the point of assessment to determining what it is their plan is, along with their families. And being a part of the IEP team is essential in that. Even outside of children receiving ERMS, at the point of assessment, we have our children and their caregivers sign a release of information so that we are able to collaborate with the school districts and provide the school districts with interventions for our students. And that's imperative in our relationship, not only with our schools, but with our families to help pair them with the schools. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and pass it back to Pam.
And I'll just finish off quickly. Just for this year, our assessments, we've already done 530 assessments in this 22-23 school year. And the other part that we do provide for our staffing or for our districts is that we do have a crisis team. And when our crisis team goes out there, sometimes it's for several days. We've had 3 situations this last week where we've had to send our crisis team out. When they're going out to that crisis team, we can't do a time match because we're there, but we're not there just for the students. We're there for staff, and we're there for families so that we can debrief with families when they're going through a difficult time. So this year, it says we've had 5 requests for our crisis team to come out. This last week, we've had 3 situations. So we've had 8 opportunities to be able to go out there and work with families and help them through crisis, which is always really important for us. And Linda and I were talking, and I think one thing about our program is that we do prevention, we do intervention, and we do postvention. And we're out there, we're training our staff. We go out to the LEAs to train them all in crisis intervention to build their own teams. We do a lot of training with them, with their teachers, with their staff. Some of them have their own counselors to talk about mental health supports and services, what they can do, as well as them providing the actual counseling and therapy for students, and then finally being able to be there in crisis so that we can be out there and assisting districts when they're going through tough times. So just wanted to share that information. Our program's a little bit different, and thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you, SELPA teams. Ms. Coates, you want to have this?
To close out, we obviously wanted to open up the floor for questions if you have time. And we also included we wanted to thank you all for having us. and all that you do for families and youth in the state. It was interesting because I am having a full circle moment, because when we were creating the program in Sutter County, we visited Desert Mountain SELPA. And it couldn't be more different, right, in size and scope. But that's, I think, the power of what I hope you heard today is we are all vastly different that presented, but we all have replicable programs to serve students in a regional model, regardless of size, regardless of scope, regardless of geography. And it really is all student, youth, family driven. So we're really proud. I'm very humbled to be presenting alongside all of my colleagues today, and humbled that you had us here today. So we'll open it up for questions. You have a host of experts here if you would like to ask anything.
Thank you, SELPA teams. I am encouraged to hear all of the programs across our state. And my question is, what is your marketing strategies? Because a lot of families tell me, I didn't know this was available. If I would have known a long time ago, ... How are you connecting with your regional centers? How are we connecting with, I heard something about babies, and I provide early intervention for babies, and you wouldn't believe the parents that come to me and say, oh my God, I'm so glad I found you. I need to share this information with other families. So all the robust programs that you have, how do you share with others in your regions, in your prospective regions?
I can share what we do. We definitely go through our regional center. We really work very closely with our empowerment center, Rowell Family Empowerment Center. We have them present at our staff meeting. We present at their staff meeting. We have a very integral relationship. So we do a lot of our marketing through that. We have it on our website. I mean, and you're right. As educators, we don't have PR teams. So I do think this is something that is always a challenge. But I think that all of us that have presented today probably our goal is to remove barriers. So some of it is just word of mouth. I know that's not the best answer, but sometimes we're on Facebook too. Like, we're literally watching the pulse of our parent groups and reaching out directly.
That's right. And I was going to say, it's the mamas.
You're looking for the mama groups, yeah.
It's the mamas, right? What do you know? I heard of this from Sarah's mom.
Right.
I heard about this from Jimmy's mom.
Mm-hmm. But I'd love to hear, some of our colleagues have much bigger systems, so they may have some other ideas that I could even learn from.
Yes, so I can share, it really is about a community for us. I mean, we make sure that we are involved in the community as much as possible, because it is a lot about word of mouth. So even our local, I think it's AAA baseball team, like, we will go out there when they have a resource fair and we have a booth and we kind of hand everything out. As Dr. Newell mentions, we have a great relationship with Suicide Prevention Council. And so really it's just building those community partners. We have a great relationship with probation. And so to the point that, we've been doing this now for over 10 years, where they'll get students and families, and then the community will refer them to us and say, hey, can you reach out to this family? We never say no, rather they are on an IEP or not, because we truly feel as though if we can't personally make a difference or reach out or make that connection for you, we're going to have a connection somewhere else that we can make sure that we pass that on. So when schools also do open house and different events at the school sites throughout the 43 districts within the county, we also go out there with booths and resources and make sure that we are hitting as many families, rather the students are on an IEPs or not. As you mentioned, we have the infant program where we have over 1,200 students. And so rather or not it's a service that a family currently needs, any opportunity that we get to share these resources with them, then we make sure that we do that for them as much as possible. We also have child find campaigns where we talk about this piece of it. It's on the radio, as well as we have commercials that run within our communities out there in both Spanish and in English. So we really try to just put it out there as much as possible. Whenever we have an opportunity to team up or partner up, when we hear that there's a craft fair or just anything locally, then we will just take that opportunity to throw a booth out there and get it out as much as we can in the public.
And I also just wanted to share some information about our San Bernardino County Department of Behavioral Health and how amazing they are at enhancing our collaboration and maintaining our communication with our providers in our area. And so one of the meetings that they hold is a quarterly meeting for our littles, and it includes folks from Child and Family Services, Inland Regional Center, other preschool departments, and so we're able to collaborate on what services are needed and what's working and what needs to be working better. One of the things that we're very proud of is that we go into schools and we also do various presentations to the community members because the information is needed. And we also know we're not the only provider in the area, and so we try our best to enhance our services in our areas because there is definitely an abundance of children who need services, and it doesn't have to be just us. We have a lot of collaborators in our area. We also meet monthly with the children that we share with the other providers, because if we're providing individual services and another provider is providing family services, we need to be communicating about what our goals are for and with the children. So that's part of what we do to help advertise our information.
Commissioner Notch.
Thank you so much. That was impressive and inspiring, and I took pages of notes. My question specifically is around the change in the mental health dollars flowing directly to districts. And I absolutely appreciate the local control aspect of that, and that some districts, even now with it funding through SELPAs, are doing their own thing and they're not kind of all linked. But what we saw over and over and over was partnership, coherence, systems, being able to expand beyond just what one school or one LEA could do on their own. So I'm wondering if you have kind of the pulse on what the conversation has been for the districts in particular who might not feel equipped to run their own programs, and if this has created what one of my favorite mentors refers to as a crisis-tunity, to be innovative, and if I guess what the SELPA administrators are kind of thinking about the opportunity to replicate this across the state. I don't know if that made sense.
That's the elephant in the room. Yeah, this new funding shift to directly fund LEAs that was done through a budget trailer bill has created some concern in the field. The SELPA Administrators, our association, has recommended a pause on that for the very reasons you've just said. There's all of the coherence of a decade of work that has really gone into supporting these regional efforts. As Desert Mountains and Tulsa's team discussed, they're actually utilizing that regional method of funding through the SELPA model, so those dollars that come through right now, to match with all of those other dollars through Medicaid. I won't go through all the acronyms, but to match the dollars, right? Which then gives them more purchasing power to serve more students, more youth, more families. So I think we have some great concerns about that. In my I can speak for my region, and I would be happy to let my colleagues also discuss. My region is adamant about not changing our model, and immediately at the governance level, all superintendents unanimously said, we want to continue our model as is. We do not want any break in service. So what that means is they're going to directly send the funds right back to the SELPA. My little one-room schoolhouse of 30 cannot hire one clinician. They would, in the model that is currently being delivered through funding each LEA, that one-room schoolhouse would get 4 sessions with the amount of money they generate. They may have a student who needs wraparound support. So we've decided in our local area to continue as is. Now we could go and we could spend a whole day on what that means and the amount of work that puts some pragmatic
issues back on the SELPA as well as the California Department of Education, to be quite honest. But we feel so strongly in our region that zip code doesn't matter. You guys have heard me comment. I've had many public comments about this issue. Zip code should not matter. And every student should have access to their level of support, whether they are going to their one-room schoolhouse in their local community or if they're going to the largest district. And that's how our districts feel. But I'm happy to, would anyone else like to put that out? Yeah.
So again, very similar to what Veronica just shared. So of the 43 LEAs, we really do believe in local control. The funding is the districts, and we want to make sure we're as transparent as possible. And how do you want to use the funds and what do you want to do? So of the 43 LEAs that we have met with over this past year as this discussion has started, have all agreed we don't want the money. Like, we would just prefer to do the pass-through and give it back to you, and you guys continue the services, because we really have built, as we mentioned, the community side and the rapport with the community and the relationship with the community. But we're providing amazing services to students that over the time have shown that since 2012, we've only had one RTC placement, one residential placement outside of our county. We don't have any MPSs within Tulare County. So as mentioned earlier, our students would have to go outside the county. We've had families who have moved into our county whose students were already in residential placements, and we've actually been successful at bringing them back with the model that we have. So the districts are very much appreciate that piece, and the services have asked us to just take the money back, so we will do MOUs to fund it straight back to us. What it then does too is then causes more work for the fiscal side of the house, because then the business side needs to handle all of that money going out and then coming back and that side. But we will continue to move as we currently are in our current situation.
I want to thank you as well. I just jumped right in. So I wanted to thank you as well. I think this is great. I think it just, bigger school districts will have a more challenging time to do all of this, but I like the way you guys have brought everything together. It just seems like it's a mental wellness, and it's more about what we guys could do, and you work together. The infrastructure is great. Perhaps bigger school districts could also adopt something like this. We're keeping it in-house and working with outside agencies, so it's not all in silos. So I do appreciate it. Thank you.
Sorry, just one more thing to add is I think ultimately what I'm hoping for is that the shakeup, the change, the kind of breaking us out of patterns that we've gotten used to leads to developing more and better and new. And I don't really know what the question is in here, but I think that was kind of where I was going. Is I love that your regions are electing to keep going with what's working. You have such positive outcomes. I'm thinking a lot about the large districts or the smalls or the large geographic areas, and if there's any way to, and you probably have already done this, but spark a conversation about what could be as they are individually going through their kind of growing pains of, wait, now it's coming to us. How do we build it? Just thinking through the possibilities and then.
Just reforming our whole system. And I think the report that Breaking Barriers is releasing is a really good starting point as well to look at how we can reimagine our systems. Yes, and the SELP Association is absolutely having a leadership role in trying to assist our LEAs in that. We just don't want to have a vacuum and a void in the continuum based on a funding shift. We want to ensure that all of our students are served at the level they should be.
Commissioner Estes.
Thanks for your presentations. It just excites me, all of this, always. In Tulare, you referenced your system of care. And we were talking this morning in the Mental Health Committee about sort of like interagency coordination, planning, systems of care. And I think it would be really interesting to have your system of care team come and talk about system of care and how that was developed and operates. And frankly, in any of the SELPAs and counties that are doing that work.
Absolutely. I think we all take such pride in it that any opportunity to share it would be very welcome. Yeah. Thank you.
And then I had one other short question. and I guess that was one was system of care training, but the other is on someone mentioned sports and going to sporting, going to the local, I don't remember who it was.
That was for Tulare as well.
Tulare, okay. I'm just wondering, have any of you interfaced with your local sports teams to sort of embed your services in their teams, like bring school psychologists or people with social emotional behavioral health expertise into the coaching and strategies with the teams themselves?
With the professional teams or school-based teams?
School-based teams, like with the coaches, like sitting at Little League, I've thought a lot about, is that an innovation through the Mental Health Student Services Act or otherwise that someone might be expanding on?
We have reached out. I actually happen to have a child who's very into sports and has played sports her entire since she was about 4. So it's an ongoing conversation, especially for the sports side of it. So we've reached out and we work with our high school and junior high just to have those conversations. I know it came up on our drive here when we were talking about, Mental Health Month, when we really go out to the schools and work with students. And we were talking about athletes in general, where we share with them, just last year alone, there were 5 D1 students who committed suicide in the month of April. So we do share those stories with them. For a parent who has somebody who's about to go on and play college ball, that's a conversation that we do share and we have with them. And just having those honest conversations, rather it's a student who gets ERMs, and in this case, it wasn't students who were getting education-related mental health services. But we make sure that we try to have those conversations on a grander scale for students who currently don't feel as though they need ERMs, but still that we can make a difference by sharing, hey, let's talk about these, let's have these hard conversations. So yes.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I was thinking about it as almost like a tier 1 intervention as well. So outside of as a prevention intervention, be thinking about the opportunity there for social emotional behavioral health supports and also conflict resolution and sort of like all the things that we could be teaching children, including students with disabilities, in a really, in that setting.
We try as much as possible to hit every student that we can, whether or not they are getting services or not, just to talk about that mental health awareness piece. So yes.
Thanks.
Thank you. I have a quick, well, maybe it's not so quick question, but I was a bit concerned when I heard about the birth to 3 increase in terms of the needs of, regarding mental health. Are we seeing an increased trend across all of your areas? And if so, what do you, in your crystal ball, what do you envision for schools and teachers and all educators to know in terms of intervention, prevention, and so forth? What are you seeing with that group?
Yes, I think we're all experiencing increases.
Yes, that is a sad statistic. We are experiencing increases for a 0 to 3-year-old population. And so one of the things that we try to do is intervene very quickly, very early with anybody who is willing to be involved. And we go out and seek those who are involved. What we do at the age of school, pre-K through kindergarten, where we're seeing kids getting kicked out of schools. We are going into the schools, we are providing intensive therapy, and we're doing it inside of the classroom. We're sending our therapists inside of the classroom to work with the teacher, to work with the child, and then for the caregiver to also know what strategies work to help the child be able to integrate into school. We also have some intensive programs for our children who are very severe. It's a 10-week program that we bring them into our facility Monday through Friday, and there are different points of the week that we bring in the caregiver to do parent-child intensive therapy, interactive therapy. And we're teaching the parent on the spot what to do when the child is displaying a significant behavioral issue. We also do that with the teachers as well, so the teachers feel like they have some tools to help manage the child's behavior and see the behavior through a different lens. So that's what we're doing.
In summation, I just want to thank the SELPA directors and administrators for the presentation, and it's been fascinating to travel down memory lane and watch how the state has evolved since around 2010, and the initial conversations where the money went directly to the SELPAs. I remember lots of our colleagues having consternation around that, and the thoughts around the subsidiarity model in terms of LEAs receiving the resources, then making choices about what model would be best meet the needs of their students and local communities. So it's heartening to hear that in some counties, LEAs are deciding we want to work together as we always have, and that LEAs also have the option to develop programs if they have the skill to do so. So thank you for coming and sharing the content this morning. And we have on our list to follow up with the system of care teams. And so I'd ask commissioners to please remember that when we move into agenda building. And so if there are any members of the public who would like to make comments online or in the room, we ask that you begin lining up in the queue. And I turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Bené Loftus, and I am the administrator for the Antelope Valley SELPA, and I want to thank our presenters today and the Commission for having them present. And I want to say that I have a multi-district SELPA with 10-member districts ranging in size from 20,000 ADA down to about 60 ADA. I have the smallest LEA in LA County. And we operate a hybrid regionalized program where my high school district operates their own mental health program, and the other 9 work together for a regional program. And the SELPA supports them in doing the operations and the funding. We have a different way of distributing the funding so that the high school district receives a little bit more, or about $1 million more than they would typically be receiving. They have students with more intensive needs, and the change and shift in funding is going to have a significant impact on my high school district. My superintendents are not happy with it and have looked at other options for this, but we will continue to operate good programs for students across all districts. It's just what has been done has kind of disrupted how my superintendents and my governance believe should be good for kids, and they should have the decision-making power. The issue will be later on when I have different superintendents, if we shift the funding model somehow and they send it back to the SELPA for distribution again, that we could have different superintendents who change and have different opinions and might disrupt it again. So that's what I wanted to let you know. Thank you.
Are there any other public commenters in the room? Can I please have the public commenter slide up on the screen again? Ms. Alvarado, please let me know if we have any public commenters.
We have one caller, one moment. Caller, you have 2 minutes. Your time starts now.
Good morning. It's me again, Aaron Benton from Butte County SELPA, and I want to thank you, Dr. Hayes White, and distinguished commissioners for allowing the SELPA administrators to highlight the amazing work they're doing. I provided some detail and written comments, so I'll be brief. As you know, Governor Newsom's budget trailer bill from 2022 proposes the shift of state and federal ERMS funding for students with disabilities from SELPAs to LEAs effective July 1st of this year. These proposals will, and already are, harming students with disabilities with Tier 3 intensive mental health needs, creating fiscal inefficiency, and basically disenfranchising students, families, and staff in the process. There's a slogan first used by activists in the disability rights movement, and it says, quote, "Nothing about us without us." It's an expression of their desire to be included in policy-making processes that affect them. If there's been any study or review of the potential impact of these funding changes on students and families before these changes were slipped into trailer bill language, I'm unaware of it. The language appeared suddenly, and that kind of suggests, or it feels like the administration may have believed that the proposals would be unpopular or controversial, and maybe they wish to avoid public hearings on the matter. Nothing about us without us. It's really a matter of courtesy and respect and fairness and transparency. So I'm calling today to humbly ask for your intervention and advocacy as a commission to take a position and support a pause on these funding shifts to ensure that some of our most vulnerable students continue to receive quality, intensive mental health services like the ones you heard about today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, caller. Are there any other public comments on the phone?
We have no callers at this time.
Thank you. Thank you, SELPA team, for coming out. We really appreciate you, and we will be in touch. All right. We are now moving into item number 11, California Transition Alliance Youth Leadership Cadre and Work Group item number 1, Senate Bill 291. Leadership from the California Transition Alliance, or CATA, will open Work Group item number 1 by first sharing best practices for preparing and training students with disabilities for self-advocacy, employment, civic engagement, and leadership roles in California. Then we will have 2 exciting work group activities. I will explain the scope and sequence of the work group sessions after CATA completes their opening. President Sue Sawyer and the CATA leadership team, thank you for joining us. I'm going to turn over the mic to you and introduce yourselves.
Thank you so much for having us. I'm Sue Sawyer, and I'm the president of the California Transition Alliance. And with me, I have 2 members of our leadership cadre, and I will let them introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Dee Torrington. I'm part of the CATA Region 3 leadership. Hi, and I'm Joyce Montgomery, part of Region 4 CATA leadership.
So we're here to share the role that the Alliance is willing to play in helping students develop the skill sets they need for civic engagement, for volunteering, and for participating in advisory kinds of programs. We are here to also offer food for thought as you think about engaging students as members of the commission and some of the challenges. Students need to be prepared to participate, and the commission needs to adapt to student learners being part of the team. So we're here to share those kinds of concepts. So our agenda is to talk a little bit about the role of the Alliance, the value to youth in having leadership opportunities, and values to the commission and other entities. We're also collaborating with the advisory group with workability, and we're looking at the community of practice, and we're looking at other ways to engage youth. And we want to talk about some of the qualifications, the commitment, the expectations, and the recruitment recommendations. So this is the language of Senate Bill 291, and I think we're going to revisit that when it's time for the workshop, so I won't spend time on that. And I want to share a little bit about the Alliance. We were formed in 2005, and we were incorporated as a nonprofit organization, and our focus is really helping youth-serving professionals and families and youth prepare for transition after high school. We want to enhance the academic and career readiness for all youth within the state of California. We engage youth, parents, educational institutions, business partners, community agencies, and organizations to help youth leave school prepared for their adult roles as wage earners, responsible family members, citizens, and lifelong learners. Our values. Every young person should have the opportunity to learn and to achieve the high school diploma. And this is something we have been working on since 2013 and have a lot of strong opinions about. Expectations need to be high. When a student is put in the third grade and the reading scores come out and the response is, gee, this person can't learn, let's put them in a functional academic program, you're depriving them of the opportunity of earning the diploma, and we're making decisions way too young. And transition preparation begins at birth. It doesn't begin at age 16, so that's another issue. There's a need to share information and tools and resources with parents, with youth, and youth-serving professionals who offer support and guidance. When we talk about youth-serving professionals, we interact closely with the Department of Rehabilitation, with the State Council on Developmental Disabilities, with the Developmental Disability Services. We coordinate with the America's Job Centers, and we are forging new relationships with First Five California, because we believe it really has to start much younger. There's a need to really think about how transition preparation begins in early childhood. And every individual needs to advocate for themselves in schools, at work, and in the community. That's every individual who doesn't have a disability and who has a disability. And so we need to help these young people learn how to do that. We are working hard to shift the focus from deficits to assets, and we want to, and we believe that's critical in setting expectations. We need to help parents connect the dots between early childhood development to transition to work. For example, a young child developing social skills matures into the team player in the workplace. And we collaborate with community organizations and agencies that provide post-K-12 support that enhances achieving outcomes. Our focus, one of our primary focuses, is really to engage the youth in our conversations. And we are going to spend some time talking about this and sharing a resource that we've developed. We host statewide transition institutes. Our last one was in March of 22. We had 2,065 attendees, and we had 750 youth engage in self-advocacy training throughout the state. We convene partners in collaboration with the community of practice. We do research and share information regarding the high school diploma, legislation, and transition preparation and planning. We create training resources. Transition Planning the Basics is a transition guide that says these are the laws and these are the best practices that you need to implement to achieve outcomes. And the book, I Want to Work, I Know I Can. And we produce videos and documentaries, and we have a very close working relationship with Occlusion Films with Joey Travolta. One of the things that we talked about the last time we did a presentation was from Sean Spence, and this informs the conversation today about engaging youth. And Sean started working with the Alliance in 2018. His first experience was to participate in a youth leadership cadre that was just a full day at the Alliance. And then he has participated as a youth leader on our leadership cadre and with another federal program. And the things that make him feel included is never asked to suppress or edit information, given permission to voice my opinion and tell my life story, provided all team members information through emails or phone, have a huge network of support, and that we use social media and promote YouTubes on information, and we use virtual training, and the information is available to everyone. And he really appreciates the skills that he learned in workshops to understand his career choices. He's moved from wanting to be a counselor with the Department of Rehabilitation to a social influencer in impacting policy. So, and he feels 100% included because he's never asked to suppress or edit information. And he's given permission to voice his opinion and provided all the team information through email and phone. And I think the communication system is really important to give consideration to. Another group of youth that responded to testimonials, the Youth Leadership Forum in Los Angeles, asked what topics youth with disabilities would like to talk about with other people who have disabilities. And their responses are, I would like to say, just be a hard worker. Don't worry about what other people think. Like to talk to them about Godzilla. I don't want to share anything. I would like to talk about our conditions. Just being aware we are not alone and there are resources for them to succeed in life. How are you in classes? Do you feel isolated? Or what is one of your good qualities? If everyone in the group has similar disabilities, I don't know, but there are a range of people I would ask, what are your struggles? Does your brain slow down? Do you process slower? Do you have a bad memory? How do you feel about having an IEP? Do you actually think, what do you think about your IEP? Or what is something your parents and teachers think? And being connected to disability student services is important. I would like to introduce Dee Torrington now, who's going to share the youth strand, because what we're doing is taking the model of the youth strand and saying, let's work in collaboration to create version 3.0 of the youth leadership, the networking guide for community engagement.
Hi, I get this great job to talk about the youth leadership strand. So this was a strand that was developed as part of our institute, the Bridge to the Future Institute, the last one we had. It was designed for youth and young adults with disabilities throughout California, and it was a full day of activities. During the time that this was presented, I was actually a principal of a transition program in Rockland. So I got to see it in action and see how much the students enjoyed it and the teachers enjoyed it. It was a wealth of information they hadn't accessed before, so that was awesome. It's youth-led learning and interactive activities, self-advocacy presenters, and other special guests. And they were even inspiring to me. After the self-advocacy talk, I was like, yes, I can. You know? So the focus was on defining assets, setting goals, advocating, and telling their stories. And here's a picture of all the people that were involved in developing our next layer, which is the Let's Work networking guide. So these are the students and adults that put that together. As we talked about the students who attended that lovely youth strand we had, 750 were there, 35 classrooms were registered, registration was free. We had a total of 35 youth and young adults were paid as ambassadors, leaders, and presenters, and participants and members of the production team and the video regarding the value of work from the youth. So this is a little bit about the networking guide, and I'm really hoping that you all can have access to the actual guide. It's a really fantastic set of scaffolded activities to help students with confidence, networking building, understanding how to meet people, how to identify vocational areas of interest, that kind of thing. Like I said, this was also used in one of the classrooms that I was overseeing at the time, and it was a really strong asset in the classroom. It comes up with wonderful ways to do mock interviews and, like I said, telling your story, identifying your vocational interests, that kind of thing. It uses the best practices that we know work well for people, sharing employment and self-determination information, telling personal stories to help you think about the possibilities they have for work, building a network of adult allies through instructional videos, and there's a lot of instructional videos done by youth that are very inspirational. Providing work experience to more youth and helping youth develop their interviewing skills through informational videos. One of those information, and there's many informational videos within the context of this work, but one of them is this one about self-advocacy. It's great. It's told from the perspective of the student. It was very inspirational to students to watch this and say, yes, I can, and yes, I should, and yes, the future doesn't look so limited anymore. And I spoke too quickly. Here's Joyce.
Thank you. So I get the opportunity to share with you the vision that we have for moving forward with our training for youth and how we can develop that into ambassadors or members of the State Advisory Committee for Special Education. So we were considering that there would 2 youth, and that's based on what we saw in your proposal. And we're proposing that one of those youth would be part of the 16 to 22 K through 12 system, and the other youth would be in community college under 22. And so our outreach to that is looking at our current collaborative partners that we work with that are also members of our Transition Alliance. We have the workability programs, the California Department of Education transition program. We also have in California the College to Career programs, which are part of the California Department of Rehabilitation. our local community colleges that have disability student program services, our Redwood Seeds program at UC Davis, and youth leadership forums that we have throughout the state. So talking about our workability, currently it is a model transition program for youth with disabilities. And one of the core components of that program is to provide youth leadership opportunities. It's written into the mission and vision of the program that within an array of services, starting when the students are in middle school through high school, that the students will have opportunities to develop self-advocacy, conflict resolution, and leadership skills. So what is workability? So we know that you guys probably have knowledge of the workability program in different degrees, but we wanted to share with you about their mission. It is to provide, not just the students, but also the families and educators, employers, and bring them all together to implement this array of services for students starting in middle school, going through, for some programs, going through high school, for a successful transition to employment, post-secondary education, lifelong learning, and quality of life. Again, it is administered and funded through the California Department of Ed, and the pre-employment transition services is the main focus of this program, and it allows our special education students to have experiences working in the community, learning about independent living and other post-secondary education options available to students. And focusing on the students' individual needs is extremely important for workability, as looking at it from a student interests, needs, and abilities perspective. It's written into Ed Code, so it's part of Ed Code. I won't go through and read all that to you, but it's there for you to take a look at. And it talks about the different components and how it's implemented statewide in the programs. Currently, the workability leadership is really focused in on how can we bring youth into the leadership positions of workability. Throughout the state, there are different committees and work groups that work on issues related to transition, and bringing in a youth cadre to be able to participate at those local advisory committees as well as the state advisory committees. We see that as a way that we can build that capacity for youth to be able to participate in this level of advisory, so that pathway. So again, workability has been around a long time, celebrating 40 years. Started in a study in 1981, moved into a partnership with Department of Rehabilitation and other statewide agencies, Employment Development Department, and to create the workability programs. You guys may have heard of like Workability 1, Workability 2, Workability 3, Workability 4, and Workability 1 being that Department of Ed first program. So some fun facts, fast facts about workability. Serves a lot of youth, as you see, over 108,000 last year, and we placed over 15,000 students in work experience, even during the pandemic. So it's definitely a focus on work experience, but it's in 260 districts or LEAs, and quite a bit of funding there. And a portion of that is paying students minimum wage for jobs. So the services and supports our students get when they're in workability, they get that work experience, paid work experience. So that's something that's built into our contracts with our LEAs. And the students have an opportunity to learn on the job what it is to be a part of a team in a job situation. They also get opportunities to work on their self-advocacy skills and other independent living skills. So again, it's really an array of services that we look at as a workability program. Or the workability program doesn't provide all of these activities themselves, but collaborating with partners to bring in all of the services and supports a student might need to have a successful transition from school to adult life. And you can click on these links and you can see the actual array of services and how that is envisioned with general education, integration, so that our students are having that full experience that any other student would have as well. So another program we have in California, the College to Career programs, these are funded through the California Department of Rehabilitation, and they work with students under the age of 22, focusing particularly on students with intellectual disabilities and autism to help the students be able to have an experience in college. And so this is another avenue that we are looking at to be able to help us to develop students to bring in to this leadership role. Additionally, we're looking at, as we talked about, that we have so many different community colleges where they have particular services for students with disabilities. And if you haven't heard about the Redwood Seeds program, I know most of us all have, it's an excellent avenue for our students to develop those kinds of skills that would be very important to be able to participate in a work group. And looking at other forums such as the Youth Leadership Forum, You're Disabled and Proud, and other organizations for youth. So that's kind of our outreach strategy at how we anticipate that we could bring in the youth, and then as Dee talked about, the training opportunities for them. So back to you.
We recognize that we're tight on the agenda, so we kind of raced through this presentation, and I think we're ready for the workshop discussion unless you have any questions.
Thank you, CATA. We'll give some logistics, okay? And then we can work this out. So don't go anywhere. Commissioners, here are the work group logistics. We are going to work offline and sit at the tables in the audience. We are going to break up in 2 groups. Commissioner Topalian has agreed to facilitate Group 1, which is orange. Vice Chair Tostin has agreed to facilitate Group 2, which is blue. If you have an orange folder, go to Group 1. If you have a blue folder, go to Group 2. Wait, not now. Once you are in your groups, please select a team presenter. This person will be reporting out the group progress when we come back online. Select a team recorder. This person will take notes for the group using the team recorder forms. We have 2 topics that we are going to be addressing. Everyone is going to address the same topics. Topic 1 and topic 2A and 2B. Let's unpack your charge. Please pull out work group item number 1 notes sheet. Amending ACSE 2019 bylaws to expand the Youth Leadership Training Partnership. Amending and expanding the Youth Training Partnership to include the California Transition Alliance would allow ACSE to receive an additional pool of trained students to appoint to the commission by August 2023. Look at the proposed timeline, commissioners. We've talked about that. When you get in your group, look at that proposed timeline. Step 1, review current language written in SB 291. That's grounding us. Step 2, review the current language written in the bylaws under Section 3, student members, found on page 3. Step 3, review and consider the proposed language to update Section 3 student members. And that written proposal is behind. Y'all see it? All right. Then we're going to move into step 4. Reflect on the work of the California Transition Alliance. For example, their presentation to us in October 2022. The Special Ed Spring Summer 2022 edition, pages 42 through 48, and their presentation to us today. As a group, discuss what program highlights CATA provides students with disabilities? What leadership qualities and skills would a pool of trained student candidates from CATA offer? Write down your thoughts and ideas. Step 5, what other topics, considerations, or ideas surfaced during your group discussion? Step 6, as a group, discuss and consider a potential motion to be presented on the floor, moving the proposed language as written to the next regular meeting for a vote. That is topic 1. Any questions on our charge for topic 1? We're going to move into our charge for topic 2A. Workgroup 2A, to resolve any confusion or ambiguity regarding ACSE liaison work by updating Article 6, Liaison, page 12. You see the proposal attached? We've been doing this for a while. Step 1, review current language in ACSE bylaws, found on page 12. Step 2, review and consider the proposed language to update Article 6 liaison on page 12. Step 3, as discussed during our August 2022 commission meetings, ACSE liaison work in collaboration with our partner organization occurs during our off months. As a group, please discuss your individual experiences incorporating this role in your liaison work thus far. Thoughts and ideas. Step 4, as a group, discuss and consider a potential motion to be presented on the floor, moving the language as suggested and written to the next regular meeting for a vote. Your thoughts? That is 2A. Any questions on 2A? And your last piece, workgroup item 2B, mentorship and training committee. We're going to have a think tank. The goal, to prepare student commissioners for a smooth transition into state-level civic service and leadership, and build and maintain an ongoing collaborative partnership between ACSE and CATA. As a group, review the Universal Design for Learning guidelines. You see them attached in your folder. Review these guidelines and answer the following essential questions. Number 1, how can student commissioners be provided access to the Universal Design for Learning guidelines while participating in an ACSE live meeting? What does this look like? Question 1B, how can student commissioners be provided access to their accommodations identified within their individualized education plans, if applicable? Number 2, what advanced meeting preparations will be needed to provide student commissioners ongoing access to UDL guidelines and their IEP accommodations? Number 3, what additional supports and resources will be needed from our CDE Executive Secretary, if any? Number 4, how does the implementation of UDL guidelines and IEP accommodation impact ACSE's budget? If so, how? And number 5, what other considerations, questions, or topics were discussed or should be discussed, if any? And then, I know this is a lot, guys. Then we have considerations for you initial outside training and support from the California Transition Alliance. As the proposed outside trainer, what does CATA support role look like for student commissioners? Please consider the following. Should CATA be providing initial training regarding essential ACSE materials, like our archived agendas, our mission and vision, the ACSE bylaws, the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act, Robert's Rules of Order? Should CATA be providing supports to all persons who support the students, like their family? What about the school staff and the person's teacher? Should California Transition Alliance be having ongoing communication between the student commissioner, the family, the school, and ACSE? Consider California Transition Alliance really understanding the student, their strengths, and their needs, and communicating that to the mentorship and training committee co-chairs, and maintaining an ongoing communication. And then, what other considerations and thoughts and ideas, because I know you guys are great with your ideas, so share that. And then our last piece, the inside ongoing training and mentorship. What does that look like on ACSE side? We talked about considerations on the outside. Let's talk about the considerations on the inside. This is new for us, right? This is whole new terrain. This is a think tank, right? This is probably our first think tank, and we're going to have more think tanks. But please consider the following. As the inside mentor, what does ongoing support and access look like for student commissioners? Consider the following. ACSE mentorship and training committee co-chairs, providing ongoing mentorship regarding essential materials, our meeting agendas, mission and vision, bylaws, Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act, Robert's Rules of Order, all that stuff that we got all across our table and on the floors. Everybody needs to be acquainted and familiar with all that stuff, right? And it's ongoing, even for me. All right. The ACSE mentorship and training co-chairs, maintaining ongoing communication with the student and CATA, not the families, not the teacher, right? We have some things that we are bound by. All right, what else? It's a lot to consider. And ACSE co-chairs monitoring the ongoing implementation of UDL guidelines and IEP accommodations, making sure that they are getting what they need to have access to the materials, access to the meeting, access to navigating the room, all of that jazz. Yes.
I just wanted to ask a clarifying question. For student commissioner eligibility, were we just looking at IEPs or students also with 504s?
That too, I guess, right? Don't they? We have to look at SB 291, right?
So the conversation on the dais is our charge is underneath the federal regulations of IDEA, and so we would need to focus our activities through the lens of special education specific to IDEA, recognizing that there are individuals with disabilities under 504 plans and some who are unassigned to any mandate, but our focus would be only through IDEA.
I know I gave y'all a lot, you're just looking at me. So you have everything in front of you. All right? We have potentially 3 topics. 1, moving the proposed language for updating the bylaws for student members. 2A, moving the proposed language for the Liaison Partnership Program. And the 3rd one is the think tank for how the partnership works, what we do on the inside for training, what we're doing on the outside for training. Can y'all do it? All right. So right now it is 12:20 and we are in our lunchtime. Why don't we take our lunch, come back at 1:15, and then at 1:15 to 2:15, we will do our work out in the audience. And then at 2:15, we'll do our share out from the team recorders and presenters. All right? Any questions?
No questions, but a comment. As you note on your agenda, we don't have any more presentations for the rest of the day. It's all committee work and reporting out. And so the adjustment to our schedule works if we all agree to be very concise in our committee report outs in the afternoon. Concise not meaning, cut anything out, but if we're all very intentional and efficient, we should be able to make up the time that we need to adjourn the meeting at the designated time, because we know folks have flights today as well.
All right. I'm going to give the public an opportunity to comment before we break for lunch. Can I please have the public comment slide up? And folks in the room, if you want to come up and make a comment, you can do that. It looks like we have one public commenter. Thank you.
Just want to support your work on the student commissioners. The SELPA Association did have a support position on that bill, and we're just eager to hear student voice on your commission. So we are excited you're going to be doing that work this afternoon and throughout the way. And if there's any way we can support those efforts, I know there's been SELPA administrators actively following the bill and ACSE and how they could provide any recommendations or however you see fit, how you're going to seek out those students and youth that we can be a partner in helping you find them. So thank you.
All right, I see that the public comment slide is up. I'm going to give a minute or so. Ms. Alvarado, are there any public comments?
We have no callers at this time.
Thank you. All right, the time is now 12:22. Please come back for lunch at 1:15. We're going to have our breakout sessions, so we're going to come back online around 2:15. Thank you, commissioners. See you in a bit.
Excuse me. Hi, interpreter here. I'm wondering if the panelist will need to have the sign language interpreters. Will there be access to us after lunch? I don't know who is physically there interpreting for her.
Unfortunately, we only have one interpreter in the room, so there would be no way for me to actually be a participant. We would need interpreters on site. So unfortunately, I will be absent from 1:15 to 2:15. There's no way for me to participate. Next time, if we have in-person interpreters on site, I could be more participatory. It's not, it can't be done virtually, unfortunately.
And that's why I asked. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll see you back here at 2:15.
Growing pains for all of us, right? Growing pains. We'll get there.
Welcome back, commissioners. I hope you had a wonderful break and a wonderful work group sessions. we are going to dive right on into item number 12, workgroup, item number 13, workgroup items number 1 and 2, progress reports. Can I please hear from your group presenters? Who would like to go first and share out on item number 1?
The blue team would love for the orange team to go first.
Hello, thank you. So the first thing that I see here is that we would like to change the language in the second little paragraph here. We want to change the amount of students that we can have for finalists. We want to change that number from 3 to 5 students. Okay. And we also wanted to strike where it says alternating new members every other year. Okay. This takes me down to ideas and/or thoughts. So we have strength-based approach will build student confidence that can be translated back to their community. Direct voice of experience, enthusiasm, self-advocacy, communication, and perspective, parent and educational community support. Okay, and step 5, ideas and/or thoughts, accessibility, remote or alternative participation should be considered, and parent involvement and engagement and advocacy should be considered. And down to number 6, as a group, we discussed and considered potential motion to be presented on the floor. Moving the language of the suggested proposal is written to the next regular meeting, which would be April 19th and 20th of 2023. We want to recommend the adoption as written with change noted above from 3 to 5 candidates stricken out of, and also the alternating years that I mentioned above. Okay. Okay. I think that's it for that part. Thank you.
Orange group. Was that the orange group?
That was orange.
Okay, blue group, please.
Thank you, orange team. I found my folder, so I'm ready to go now. We had a great conversation and agree with many of the proposed amendments that you suggested. However, instead of 5 finalists, we suggested 4. We couldn't justify why it needed to be 5, and if we're selecting 2, having 3 not selected, so we thought 4 was sufficient. We also made the same revisions related to the alternating years, and I'll ask Commissioner Estes to read the rest of our amendments, and that really focused in on the selection process and clarifying some of the details.
I've never done policy revisions orally before. So should I just read what we have? Because we changed the language and moved it around a little bit as opposed to just, should I just read it? Okay. And I'll speak to the revision. So first sentence stayed the same. Student members will serve at the pleasure of and selection by the committee. And then we struck, priority will be given to alumni of. So the beginning of that sentence was, a total of 4 candidates will be submitted by the California Youth Leadership Forum and or the California Transition Alliance Youth Leadership Cadre. We struck the alumni of the, in both of those places. And then, as David said,
you're just striking the word alumni.
priority will be given to alumni.
Okay.
And I can also, I could also show you the revisions, but yes, priority will be given to alumni was struck. So it said a total of 4 candidates will be submitted by the California Youth Leadership Forum and or the California Transition Alliance Youth Leadership Cadre. And then it was 4, not 5, to the commission for final selection appointment. Then we also struck the alternating new members every other year language. And the rest stayed the same.
Okay, so commissioners, can we discuss the 5 versus 4? So we got 3 currently on the bylaws. We have a proposal on this side for 4, and we have the other one was 5. So let's get down to how many finalists we want.
We take a vote.
Let's have a discussion about it.
Okay.
Just wanted to share the context of why we're proposing a change in the number. We had during one of the committee meetings yesterday a discussion about, as it's written, having 3 candidates and then 2 get selected and 1 doesn't. It felt like it would be better if we didn't isolate 1 student who didn't get the opportunity. And there was also a discussion about the benefits of having a larger candidate pool and the engagement of multiple or of additional students in the process and the benefit of that.
Totally appreciate that. And we, the blue team, had similar conversations and recognizing that there may be 100 applicants. The finalist, we have a large pool, but a finalist pool of 4, as opposed to a finalist pool of 5. We weren't sure that it was necessary to have 5, and also wanted to be, as we're starting this, be considerate and mindful of capacity, whether it be our time in the meeting, because each candidate that we're going to be vetting requires time, and we want to provide enough time, but then also for our partners who are vetting the applications as well. So that was our rationale around that.
So what's our number? What's our magic number?
Heather?
Having heard, I had initially thought 5 would be a good number, but then having heard what you were just discussing about 4, I would say 4 would be a sufficient number.
I agree with that.
So,
this could be a terrible idea, but I wonder if there's thinking about the applicant pool is going to fluctuate year to year, and we may have 5 amazing candidates one year, and could we use an up to language that would give some flexibility? So up to X number, or a range or something, so that there's some latitude there if we have a really strong, exceptional candidate pool?
I think that just leaves it open. Then we will just maybe take 1 student then. So it's better to have a definite number instead of having a minimum of like 1 or 0 or whatever it's considered. So in my opinion, it's better to have a 1 number.
In my experience, up to it ends up being your number anyway. So seeing heads nodding, is there consensus?
What's the number?
Would anyone like?
I motion to 4.
Okay, so hold on. So we like 4 finalists. All right.
You have to second that or no?
Wait, we're not.
This is a general discussion.
Yeah.
We're wordsmithing now.
So we have 4, and then we are striking alternating new members every other year. And then what was the other piece?
The alumni piece, right?
Okay, give me that again. That line where it says priority will be given to alumni, that line?
Priority will be given to alumni of was struck.
Priority will be given to alumni was struck.
Right.
Our rationale behind that is we wanted it to be accessible and so didn't want to limit it only to students who were able to access YLF or Cadre, because there may be someone who geographically may not be able to do that. And so we didn't want to preclude anyone from, or any student commissioner from applying.
So we struck that and we replaced, just to make the sentence complete, we replaced it, the beginning, with a total of 4 candidates will be submitted by the California Youth Leadership Forum and on. Are you tracking?
Read that paragraph.
The paragraph? Okay.
Members.
Okay. Student members will serve at the pleasure of and selection by the commission. A total of 4 candidates will be submitted by the California Youth Leadership Forum, going to the next page, and or the California Transition Alliance Youth Leadership Cadre to the commission for final selection and appointment.
All right. So let's discuss that language. I like it. What about y'all?
Like it.
Okay, so Estes, you got that paragraph down for me so I could take it.
I have it right here.
All right. So is there a motion on the floor? Oh, Tostin?
I move to approve the language as Commissioner Estes read to us.
I second.
Is there a discussion? No? Okay. Ms. Chapman, can you give a roll call vote?
It will be my pleasure. Commissioner Estes?
Yay.
Commissioner Graff?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez? Chair Hayes White?
Aye.
Commissioner Notch?
Aye.
Commissioner Oyakawa?
Yes.
Commissioner Snipes?
Yes.
Commissioner Ruiz?
Aye.
Commissioner Sorter?
Yes.
Commissioner Topalian?
Yes.
Commissioner Tostin?
It passed, so I just wanted to be more self.
Motion passes. Let's get a hand clap on that. All right, we're moving on. All right, let's move on to work group item 2A. Which presenter would like to go first?
I say blue.
The blue team was prepared for that and is ready to share. We had a great conversation. I will jump into our proposed amendments. And so beginning with the language, the draft that we're looking upon, the first sentence that says, upon approval of the commission, a liaison will be established with, we are going to suggest partner organizations who support the vision and mission of the Advisory Commission of Special Education. So any organization that supports our vision and mission, we're suggesting that language instead of bona fide educational organization. So a partner organization who supports our vision and mission, which would be SECO, State SELPA, MSHA, ACSE, the list of alphabet soups, and others that we may not know of right now. Moving on to the proposed language, we did not make any changes to the second paragraph or propose any changes to the second paragraph. We propose keeping the third paragraph intact as well, the one that begins with initial contact. We propose striking the entirety of the next paragraph that begins with how to actively observe and collect information through the last bullet. We felt that that would be more appropriate in an orientation manual for commissioners around how to act as a liaison as opposed to bylaw language. And then we propose keeping the last paragraph completely intact. And so the one amendment that we were proposing is in the first sentence around striking the language that says bona fide educational organizations and replacing it with We will upon approval of the commission, a liaison will be established with partner organizations who support the vision and mission of the Advisory Commission on Special Education. That's the end of my report. Anything else from Team Blue? All right, a thumbs up.
All right, Orange Group.
We agree with that.
All right, so walk me through this again. The very first line, Vice Chair Tossin, you have it.
We suggest that it reads, upon approval of the commission, a liaison will be established with partner organizations who support the vision and mission of the Advisory Commission on Special Education.
Okay, I like it.
The second amendment would be to remove the paragraph that begins with the word how to actively observe and collect information, strike all of that language through all of the bullets. Move it to an orientation manual or a handout for commissioners.
So my question is, how would the liaison know what the liaison work is and what it looks like?
Like Team Blue, we discussed having some sort of guiding document that's developed that's not part of the bylaws, but is an artifact for ACSE that will ensure consistency in the way that we engage, the frequency, and then some of the priority areas to guide the conversations with our liaisons. And we also made the point that it could help ensure accessibility for all commissioners, particularly our student commissioners if they have more of a kind of guided outline, but acknowledging that we all as commissioners have our own accessibility needs. So just that structure to it, we thought that it would be a good idea.
In our group, we had the conversation or the recognition that the majority of us as commissioners right now are Zoom commissioners, being that you may have had 1 or 2 meetings before the pandemic and then a couple of years on Zoom. Previously, there was a more informal orientation. My first meeting, my table buddy said, "Hey, David, welcome. Here's what you should say, here's what you shouldn't say," and it was all pretty much oral history. We talked about the need to memorialize that now in writing so that the next cohort of commissioners who are coming on have a different experience in onboarding, hopefully sans pandemic. But we would have some documentation around here's how it looks, here's how it works. And we believe we're well poised for that because the majority of commissioners at this point are in their first appointment. And so if you consider how many years you have left to work on this as a cohesive body, we can have lots of documentation and artifacts for oncoming commissioners.
So my next question is, where would we have this information and what type of document?
We could put it in the binders that we have that have copies of our bylaws and all of the other documents that support us in our work as commissioners. And this might be a task for the mentorship and that new committee?
Yes. All right, so walk me through the structure of this language again.
From the top?
Yep.
Okay, so first sentence, we are proposing it should read, upon approval of the commission, a liaison will be established with partner organizations who support the vision and mission of the Advisory Commission on Special Education. And then we are recommending that we move the how-to language to a guidance document for commissioners that could be contained in our binders or part of our onboarding packet.
All right. Is there a motion on the floor?
I motion to approve what Commissioner Tostin just said.
Second.
Any discussion?
I think it's very important just to have this information because we're scrambling last minute to find some of these different things, and thank goodness for our emails from previous commission meetings, so we're able to bring those up and maybe just be able to have like just historical perspective and just moving forward. So.
And I think there are other documents that we need to curate as well. I mean, Commissioner Notch and I were searching this morning for a document that's pretty important to the Legend Policy Committee, but it's not, our equity rubric is just emailed to us. There's no packet necessarily, and so, I see a face. So this is probably a project that we'll be working on over time to curate our documents so that we can put hands on them. Sorry, Elizabeth, did I?
So I just wanted to say a couple things. I think, well, one, that how to be a liaison was super helpful. So I don't know if it was Chair Hayes White who created that. So that has been super helpful to me, and I want to see it in a document, and I think that's what we're all saying. And as Commissioner Notch said, we want to make it also accessible to everyone, so that's another reason to have it in a binder, not just for the students commissioners who will need to have access, but also for all the commissioners. And the other concern is when you put something in a bylaw, I don't know exactly, and Commissioner Estes would speak better to it, but the ramifications for not following it strictly, we don't know what those are. And so we'd rather have something like that we want to be able to tweak and have some flexibility going forward, to have that in a less formal location, but easily accessible to all of us.
I like that. So that was my concern. I don't want to lose the method, so to speak, because I want folks to be able to understand how to work with our outside partners. So the commission is going to have to make sure that we put it in a place where we don't lose it. So some committee is going to have to pick that up. All right.
I think Don had a comment, and then Commissioner DePaul.
I just wanted to add that we spoke a bit also about the mentoring of new commissioners, how important that will be for our new student commissioners, but how that would also be very helpful for all commissioners. And I think that having written documents and a manual is great, but the implementation and making sure that that information is found and accessible to all will be really a key role of mentorship throughout the commission.
And we spoke about that as well in our group, just, more about the mentorship of how to train all of us as well, and the mentorship of our student and youth leaders as they come on board as well, how we support them as a commission, just not the co-chairs of the committee in itself, but also just having that orientation and going with it.
All right, so any further discussion? Ms. Chapman, can we have a roll call vote?
Yes. Commissioner Estes?
Yes.
Commissioner Graff?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Chair Hayes White?
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez? Commissioner Notch?
Aye.
Commissioner Ayakawa?
Yes.
Commissioner Ruiz?
Aye.
Commissioner Snipes?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorter?
Yes.
Commissioner Topalian?
Yes.
Commissioner Tostin?
Thank you. The motion passes. Another hand clap. All right. We are moving right down to business. Let's have the conversation around to be our think tank number one. Who would like to go first on this topic? Orange or blue? And you're blue or orange? All right, orange, let's go.
Okay, with regard to Mentor and Training Committee Think Tank 1, with regard to essential question 1A, how can student commissioners be provided access to the Universal Design for Learning guidelines while participating in live ACSE meetings, and what does that look like? We have outside supports and training happening prior to the meeting. We have to student commissioners, wait, let me read that again. Outside supports and training happening prior to student commissioners joining with CATA and mentorship. Then we have being provided materials and resources in advance and in a way that is most appropriate to individual commissioners, so probably multiple means of representation. And then with regard to essential question 1B, how can student commissioners be provided access to their accommodations identified within their individual education plans, if applicable? So we thought of front-loading information and pre-planning environmental supports and support persons during these meetings, and relationship building. We feel that the student commissioners would be able to thrive in an environment where they were comfortable and felt that they could count on the supports that were here. Okay, and then that would be dependent on the student's strengths and needs. And with regard to essential question 2, what advanced meeting preparations will be needed to provide student commissioners ongoing access to UDL guidelines and IEP accommodations? We have opportunities for reviewing the agenda with the chair and partners prior to meetings, and instructions to work group and other activities simplified and broken down into accessible pieces and additional wait time. And with regard to essential question 3, what additional supports, resources will be needed from CDE, executive secretary, if any? We have materials, accessibility, and accommodations based on individual commissioner needs, confirmed and secured in advance to the meeting, facilities, and travel. ACSE meeting dates to be less disruptive to student commissioner involvement in community events. With regard to question 4, how does the implementation of UDL guidelines and IEP accommodations impact ACSE's budget? If so, how? This would be dependent on the individual's needs, and the budget may be affected by accommodations, materials, equipment, devices needed. Again, travel needs and possible parent needs should they need to accommodate or accompany the student. And essential question 5, what other considerations, questions, or topics should be discussed, if any? Accommodations and supports and confirming their availability and accessibility will benefit all members of the commission. It should be noted that there will need to be flexibility in the plans to allow for improvement and changes to be made for accommodation purposes. That's it.
All right. Thank you. Blue group.
So, we had a very robust conversation, and had clarified initially in these circumstances, while it may be a student who has an IEP, in this setting, it's actually governed by 504 because it's ADA access to a public meeting, and so the same standards and practices available to all of us would be available to the student commissioners, and it would be dependent on their individualized needs, because while they may need extra time on test in their educational setting, here they may just need something very different. And so when the commissioners are identified, just like all of us, the communication with the department around, here are the accommodations that I need to access the meeting. We assumed we would rely on those same practices and standards that are in place for anyone who enters the building. We furthered the conversation there, outside of the accommodations, we would need to embrace and welcome our student commissioners just like we do each other. When there's something that I don't understand in the agenda or in the conversation, hey Janine, did you understand that? I have no idea what we're talking about.
It's a good one.
And just being human in the meeting, because there are systems and structures in place, but starting with, okay, well, let's get to know each other and go through a meeting and understand, because much like our classrooms in our school settings, you don't have to have the full spectrum in place every day if there's no students who have that need. When that need arises, then we'll be responsive. And so that was the nature of our conversation, going back to needing to know more about 508 compliance and particularly possibly changing some of our processes in terms of if there needs to be text that's enlarged, well, that's going to require staff time from the department. So we may need to have the information and requests in a month in advance, which would require us to have presentations from presenters sooner. And so all of those details we'll have to some degree, learn as we're doing it. So I want to pause because I started riffing on my own thoughts. Blue team, if I didn't accurately reflect our conversation, please clarify or share your thoughts.
I just wanted to add, one of the things we also talked about was, and David touched on it, but you know, many of us in the room also have other needs for accommodations, and so you know, we thought about you know, besides expressing them to, you know, to the department of and whoever is hosting us, doing so kind of, you know, out loud and modeling for the student as well, to say, look, it's okay to ask for, I need a break, I need to stand up, I need to stretch, you know, I need a brain break, let's take 5 minutes, that sort of thing, because we all need them to some degree or another. And so, and in that vein, I just want to say, this wasn't part of the group decision, but I wanted to say that I hope that, and I want to apologize to Dr. Hleibuck Eman, that you were not able to participate in this workshop. So I was really disappointed. I'm not sure what happened. Clearly, there was a miscommunication somewhere, because you should have had interpreters to be able to fully participate today. And I'm embarrassed that this is the organization where it did not happen. So I hope this kind of, you know, reminds everybody that we are all, this is exactly what we're here for. And so we of all groups, I hope we can better model for everyone, not just for other kids, but actually for other adults and other organizations. So I just ask that, thank you for your patience, and I expect that things would be better in our future meetings. So thank you.
Thoroughly underscores the opportunity we have to normalize individuals receiving accommodations in the workplace and public meetings, in not big, you know, dramatic ways, but I stood up for 5 minutes during one of the presentations because that's what I needed to be able to attend as my best self. And that level of mentoring may not make it to a handbook, but just modeling that and giving each other permission as commissioners, as student commissioners, to have your needs met to be your best self in the meeting, that's a norm for us. Commissioner.
I have a question about accessibility. Before I get to that, I also wanted to share that our group was also very impassioned in the discussion about access, and not having one of our very valued members participate in a conversation, because I think there was a missed opportunity to gain valuable perspective. So wanted to share that. But my accessibility question is, because I appreciate the consideration that you brought up about 504 guiding accessibility in this space. Are we able to consider 504 as the floor? And if there are over and above accommodations required based on our student commissioner's specific needs, meet those needs? An example that came up in our conversation is, what if a student, and Ms. Sawyer brought this up actually, using Sean, the gentleman who presented to us in the, I think, October meeting, that he was presenting in his home with all of his equipment, and it was very accessible to him. But if he were our student commissioner and if he wanted to participate in person, he would need access to a Hoyer lift. And so thinking through over and above what's required by 504, I guess and Director Calamise, I think that would probably be a question for you, is what is our ceiling? How can we ensure when the candidates are submitted that we would be able to meet their specific needs?
I think that's a question I can't answer that today, right? You know, but I think, you know, I think all of these sort of questions, you know, in partnership with the commissioners, will have to determine, how we're providing that access based on that need. And you're right, we're going to have to grapple with some real-time issues, if we want true representation and participation like we want from our students and have a diverse student representation. So certainly we've got to keep that in the forefront. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just to that point, I was noting that the commission has had youth commissioners for a while now. I mean, not since I've been on the commission, but I know that that's certainly been on, that the seat has been here. So I was just saying it might make sense for us to do some historical analysis of how they were supported and then also, yes, of course, be talking about, what we can do now to ensure inclusionary practices on the commission.
We didn't cover all the questions, guys. Who's still working? We were listening to which group?
The blue group. And we worked through the questions in a conversation and didn't have anything much different from the orange group in terms of our final summation.
All right. So as the form suggests, this is think tank number 1. So we got to have another think tank in April, I would suggest, and to continue to grapple with these questions and to make sure that it's part of our culture.
Definitely.
We're doing some cultural shifting, right? So how about we talk more about what the outside training looks like versus the inside? We didn't have a conversation about that. Who wants to go, blue or orange? Is that a question? We didn't really touch on what the outside training looks like versus the inside training. Can we have that conversation? Who wants to go, orange or blue?
We can jump in. Through our conversation about the inside training as we defined it in terms of our support of the student commissioners, that was part of our conversation around needing to develop the artifacts, handbooks for us, not just for the student commissioners, but how we all can best fulfill our roles as commissioners. And so being thoughtful and intentional around curating the documents that we have and establishing our that's not a real word, the mentoring relationships between commissioners. We also talked about how it will be more supported now that we're in person. The external training, we talked about relying on CATA as they are working with students and preparing them for participation in the meeting, the questions that they receive, and how they might work with the mentor, the commissioners who are leading the mentorship committee to share pertinent information, to be able to be aligned in the meeting, as well as be aligned in the meeting with the preparation that's taken place outside of the meeting. And if I could just add one more thing, that really resonated with me, what you said in terms of culture and the statement, culture eats strategy for breakfast. And so I don't remember which leadership book it's from, but it made me believe if we establish a culture of accessibility and inclusion, then we will naturally identify and work on the strategies that we need when we need them, as opposed to trying to get all of the strategies nailed down before our first student commissioner is here. So if we all embrace and we all have then we will have the capacity we need to develop the strategies in partnership with the department to meet the needs of our commission.
Love it.
Orange Group also discussed the same, we had the same conversation about not only training them, but also training us again, and then just how do we move forward and not having all the answers now, and just being able to, based on the needs of whatever comes up, I think just working towards that process and establishing something for future that is accessible to everyone.
All right, any further, Commissioner Oyakawa.
I just wanted to add something. Well, first of all, Commissioner Towson, you really eloquently stated what I think we're all embracing and excited about. And Chair Hayes White, I want to thank you for leading that charge, because I really feel that this has been a shift. And this is our third year? I don't know what year we're in. Second meeting in person. But it's very palpable, and I appreciate that. And I want to thank Director Calamise and her staff. We're not here for, the pre-COVID times, right? So you all missed, and the history that we're trying to claw back and find and dig through the information and the booklets, and then the staff also are newer. So I want to thank you ahead of time, because we really are going to lean on you for some of that information. So we thank you for that as well.
All right, anybody on this side of the dais want an opportunity to speak? Yeah, of course.
Just one more comment. As we embark on this journey, there's work that the department's going to be doing, the student commissioners, but I don't want to miss the opportunity to underscore the need for us to be disciplined if we're going to have accessible meetings. Yesterday and today, and through no fault of anyone specifically, but when we get off on our agenda times, then folks on the public don't know when to come on, but they're listening for professionals who want to tune into certain conversations. And so as we are embarking on more accessible meetings, I just want to underscore the discipline it's going to require on our parts to ensure that we have the culture and structures, and as well as the practices to make sure that everything runs smoothly.
All right, thank you, commissioners. I would like to open up the floor for the public to make their comments. I'm going to look for a CATA to come up. Come on, guys, come make some public comments. And may I have the public comment slide on the screen, please? I do. Thank you. Yeah, Mike.
California Transition Alliance looks forward to working with you, and I think this is going to be a significant change in the way we do business, and we're excited to be part of the solution. And we really want to focus on student attributes, student strengths, and this is a wonderful opportunity for the students. But it's going to take a little bit of work and patience. You have anything to add?
It's exciting work, and we're honored to be a part of it.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, can we have the public comment slide?
Slide is up.
All right. Ms. Alvarado, do we have any public commenters?
We have no callers.
Thank you. All right. We are going to move right on into item number 14, Mental Health Committee Report. All right. Mental Health Chair, Commissioner Estes, you like to share out?
Go ahead. No, you. It's you. It's your committee. I like your notes.
I'll be happy to share out. We had a great conversation, and I am just looking for my notes. So we had a number of members attend, so thanks everyone for joining. Such an important topic, mental health. And as we know, in the strategic plan for the Mental Health Committee, our concentration is on the impact of mental health needs on least restrictive environment and inclusion for students. We started the meeting, and I had thought originally that we had an hour. So I had a robust agenda, but it was a half-hour meeting, so we didn't get to everything. But we did discuss the strategic plan, and the first item in the plan is raising awareness regarding the impact of mental health needs on least restrictive environment and inclusion for students. And one of the ways the committee identified doing that is actually through the extraordinary publications of Mary Grady on a regular basis for the commission. So I just want to say a longstanding thank you to Mary. But the other is through presentations that the commission is interested in having at the commission meetings in order to raise awareness regarding both the impact of mental health needs on LRE and inclusion, and also on best practice models, which we did see some of today, regarding how to create a continuum of mental health services and supports for children in California with special needs. So we had a conversation about what those presentations might be, and of course, it's identification of best practice models, and this is a policy advisory commission, so also thinking about policy advisory recommendations that we can make. So one of the presentations that we thought would be really nice to have is one from parents and youth regarding their mental health needs, and also regarding how best to address those needs and programs that they are the recipients of or involved in that are really best practice models from the perspectives of youth and parents. And I was actually just thinking that our new partner for the youth commission members might actually be a great organization to come and present on the information that they've gathered, or the family empowerment centers we talked about as well. So that was one of our conversations. The other was to have a presentation regarding the array of mental health services and supports that the children of California are entitled to, both within our education regulations within the IDEA and education statute. However, also the other entitlements that they hold that are now being folded into the schools through the community schools movement, through the managed care organizations, through the mental health plans. We had a very long conversation about the fact that educators, parents, and youth all need to really understand what these entitlements are, broader entitlements are, and then be able to speak each other's languages so that they can access them. We can't advocate for them or seek their inclusion in our schools, nor can they, if we aren't all educated and trained. So we had a conversation about that training, and we actually had a conversation about extending that actually into family empowerment centers and parent and youth organizations. We had a discussion regarding a presentation on really genuinely holding parents and youth at our core in all of the work that we do as genuine partners. And there was discussion of a care presentation for the commission on that. And then we also discussed a presentation about a school or a district LEA that has a strong interagency partnership, and actually that really directly aligns with the conversation that we had this afternoon about a presentation maybe from Tulare County or San Bernardino County, who has really strong agency partnerships that are really bolstering the services and supports that they're able to provide to students and families. Let's see, we talked about community schools and following up on community schools and a focus, and we talked about really making sure that we continue to follow up maybe in a future presentation from CDE regarding the inclusion of students with disabilities in the mental health, in the community schools applications, or in the implementation training recommendations, or something along those lines. We discussed the need to ensure that the youth commissioners are invited to be included in the mental health committee and to give us their recommendations. I would love the youth commissioners, we have two, to also be nexus to a broader group of youth, period, and have access to collective information from those youth regarding recommendations for services and supports for them so that they can be a bridge to other youth organizations in California. And certainly the global information that like Cadre is gathering and otherwise. We did not get to talk about the potential liaison work with the Child Welfare Council and the Mental Health Oversight and Accountability Commission for California today, but we will continue to have that conversation at the next meeting. I think that was it, unless anyone has anything to add.
All right, thank you, Mental Health Committee, for all the work and dedication that you do before and after and during the meetings. Is there any other commenters on the dais at this time? Can we even see Commissioner Lopez? No. Okay. Can we put up the public comment slide? Are there any audience members who would like to comment? Seeing none in the audience, I'm going to wait to see if there's some online. Ms. Alvarado, I can't see anything on the screen, so you're going to have to tell us if the screen is up.
Happy to do so. This slide is visible now.
Thank you. Are there any public commenters?
We have no callers.
All right, seeing and hearing none, we're going to move into item number 15, Legislative and Policy Committee Report. Co-chairs Notch and Vice Chair Tostin, I turn over the mic to you.
Good afternoon, all. We had a very robust conversation yesterday in the Legend Policy Committee. Commissioner Notch reviewed the legislative cycle in terms of where we are in the process this year, recognizing that bills are being introduced and will be introduced over the coming months. And we are excited that we will be having our legislative sharing day in April. And so our conversations really focused on preparation for that. In the past, when ACSE has gone over, we have had a convening and meeting with leg staff and with other members of the legislation while we were over there. We'll be working with the department staff over the coming months to organize our trip to the Capitol. In the past, there have been group activities, but then each of us have the opportunity to partner and have specific meetings with legislators or staff. For example, Commissioner Estes and Topalian, I'm assuming will make arrangements to have conversations related to bills related specific to mental health while we were over and talking with members. And so we are going to be coordinating the afternoon, and you'll be receiving additional details in your email. In preparation for the conversation, we discussed items that we want to prepare to communicate with the legislature when we're over there. And we are proposing that we, in our group conversations, in our kind of group message, that we focus on specific items, because there's thousands of bills and thousands of conversations that we can be engaged in, but we felt it would be most impactful if we focus in on high leverage conversations that are inclusive of many topics. And the four that we are recommending that we focus in on for Ledge Day, the community schools initiative. The state has invested $4 billion over the next decade. It'd be great if we included students with disabilities in the development of community schools, and so want to begin to continue to advocate and focus on the needs of students with disabilities in the planning of community schools, so that they are not an add-on or the programs and services are not an appendage after the fact. So universal design for learning, or universal design as we're developing our vision of what community schools look like. Mental health, I think because of the importance of mental health and social emotional learning and the connection to community schools. We want to continue our advocacy and support of inclusive practices. And then the fourth component that we wanted to advocate for was anything that is addressing the staffing shortages, whether it be special ed teachers, service providers, et cetera. Recognizing that if we are going to meet or be able to deliver on all the aspirations we have, we're going to need teammates and folks to do that. And so wanting to continue to focus on the conversation about pathways to becoming an educator or a support provider for students with disabilities. And so in that vein, we would ask commissioners in your roles as liaisons, reaching out to your orgs to see, are there bills that you are supporting that fall in one of these four areas that we need to be aware of and focus on and consider our support of as we wind down the legislative cycle this year. Additionally, in our April meeting, we'll be bringing back the theory of action and logic model for second read. We weren't able to include that in our agenda this meeting, and so we introduced it at the last meeting. We will reintroduce it or bring it back for the second read at the April meeting. And so those were the conversations we had. I want to pause and give Commissioner Notch an opportunity to emphasize anything that I may not have covered well enough.
Thank you. You captured everything that we talked about sharing. One thing that I thought of after our kind of coordination conversation was there was a discussion that we had about wanting to make the opportunity to go to the Capitol as impactful as possible. And the commissioners shared that we don't want to feel rushed. We don't want to feel like the morning of we're getting a bunch of information and then we have to go represent ourselves with expertise in the afternoon. And this may be too time crunchy and we might not have the opportunity, but we talked about there are multiple points of impact throughout that align with our ACSE meetings and the ledge cycle. So exploring the possibility of having a special meeting or having a way to coordinate that doesn't violate any of the requirements, but that allows for meaningful conversation and engagement. So I don't quite know what that might look like, but that was something that was of interest to the commissioners so that we could engage in meaningful participation.
Well, so thank you for emphasizing that and the reminder that we're all appointed for at minimum 4 years. And so this is the work that we're going to be doing this year, and we will continue to build upon our advocacy through the Ledge and Policy Committee in the subsequent months and years.
And to that end, I remembered one more thing. As part of our theory of action, one of the items is establishing processes for reviewing legislation and advocating. And so going back to the earlier conversation about establishing artifacts and creating historical record, we will be contributing to that on the Ledge and Policy Committee as well.
All right, any other commenters on the dais? All right, Commissioner Snipes, I see your hand first.
I think there just one more thing that we kind of touched on briefly was considering, based on a few things that were brought up yesterday around community school eligibility, potentially expanding the focus of that conversation around family and community engagement so that we're able to be more inclusive in our conversations.
Commissioner Graff.
Yeah, as a new commissioner, I just had a question. Does the advisory commission ever have the opportunity or possibility of introducing a bill to the legislature, or do we only just comment and support a bill?
Advisory body. So. Yeah. Any other commenters on the dais? Oh, Executive Secretary.
Just a brief comment to the legislative season. Tomorrow is the last day for bills to be introduced for this season. So, but I do know it is going to be a very busy season for us as well, as we are already, over 10 right now in terms of, and the number will continue to grow. So it will be a busy season for us, and we're happy to keep in contact with the commission on things we're tracking and vice versa as well.
Thank you. Any other commenters? All right, seeing none at the dais, can we please have the public comment slide up, and any folks inside the room, the public, would you like to make a comment? All right, seeing and hearing none in the room.
The public comment slide is up. 1 moment.
Thank you. Are there any commenters?
We have no callers.
Thank you. Now we move into item number 16, Goal Award Committee Report. Co-chairs Hamilton and Oyakawa. I pass the mic to you.
Thank you. Thank you. For those of you who aren't familiar with the Goal Award, to our newer members, and those in the public, it stands for the Grazer Outstanding Achievement in Learning Award. And the Goal Award has been trying to highlight best practices and what is working in California for students with disabilities. And so this is one of, I think, our favorite parts of what we do is to have LEAs, schools, and programs share with us things, especially that we have never heard of or really seen, and just seeing in action what works. And so we recognize a program and give us a small monetary award, as big as we can, but it's you know what we can do. And we want to highlight these programs and share them out with the rest of the state. So that is what the goal of the Goal Award. We want to encourage these programs to show up and share with us what they're doing. It's a big state. So in our committee, we wanted to welcome our new committee members, Janine Topalian and Gloria Ruiz. Thank you, commissioners, to the committee. Other members are welcome to join as well. And we had our meeting this morning. We had a nice conversation. We had been asking for help from Director Calami's staff to help us get information because it's one of those things where we lost some information with transitions, and we want to do things according to normal procedure, tweak the procedure if we need to, and then just make improvements so that the program, this Goal Award, can continue, because I think it's an important thing. I think we all do, and it's something that I think is really it's a fun part of what we do, but it really, I think, can be very impactful. So one of the things we have is the form and the scoring rubric. We did look at that and didn't have any proposed changes to that, so we're not asking for any changes to that. If anyone wants to look at that, the most recent version is on the ACSE page of the Department of Ed website. There is a section that says Goal Award, and there's a link in there to the current or the most recent application. So we are not making any proposed changes to that or the scoring rubric, which is also in that same application form. We did want to ask the Director Calamise and staff, we want to make sure we're on the same page for the timeline. My understanding is that the announcement of the winners will be at the next April meeting for ACSE. So that's April 19th, 20th. And if I'm looking at how our timelines have been in the past, one thing we did want to change from last year, we want to ensure that we have, as committee members, have at least 1 week to score and return the applications. It was a little abbreviated last year, so we just want to make sure, we want to ask for that. And in doing so, I think the timeline that we would suggest, and of course you can tweak it as you need to, but we were trying to follow along how it's been done in the past, that perhaps applications would be due March 31st. Applications would be then collected and then sent to committee members by April 5th. If any come in before then, the sooner the better. It's easier for us to score over time. April 12th, April 5th, the applications come to the committee members. We have a week to score them. So April 12th, committee members, we would all return our scores to CDE staff. And then by the 18th, if not sooner, the CDE will score and give us the results. And then we would announce it at the next meeting. So if something along those lines with the, we need a week. That's basically the bottom line, right?
The minimum, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So we really appreciate your help with that and getting, I don't know what you all do, your magic to get the word out where it gets announced. We want to make sure that it gets announced broadly. We don't know if it's in the special ed newsletter, if it's in the emails that sometimes we get updates for. I think I've seen it there once.
Yeah, special. Yep.
And we would also obviously want that to get up and out as soon as possible to give a window of opportunity, because it is a pretty extensive application that requires a good amount of time for the applicants to be able to complete.
Right. So this, as soon as we can get that information out, we would love it on our website as well, the, updated links. And then, however else we can get the word out to organizations and programs, because it's a nice thing for them to, and really for those of you who are submitting these applications, there are other grants and awards. You can, use similar application materials and repackage them, and that's okay. Use them for somewhere else as well. Use them for us. So it's nice to see that kind of work that goes into it, but to give them as much time to get it done.
Absolutely. And happy to work with the chairs to make sure we get it out far and wide. We have access to not only our special education listservs, but Janet listservs, the superintendent's newsletter as well, so that we can keep pushing it out. And certainly happy to work with you on that timeline to get it up and out as possible. I do have historical amounts of information. We'll be able to track that down, so I can either provide it now or at a later time.
If we could take that now, if we have time. Okay, because we were trying to track down what we've been doing in the past. And, one thing I wanted to say first is for the presentation itself, I remember in the last couple of years, because of pandemic, I think even as we were entering the pandemic, we had talked about, well, initially it used to be in person, right? We would fly out the team from the winnings program, bring them here, thank them, give them the award. And then pandemic happened, and we thought, well, not only can we not do that, but also maybe give them more money. So I think the award amount might have shifted because we were not spending the money on travel expenses. So we talked in our committee about perhaps doing like the virtual presentation similar to what we've done in the past, but if possible, so having someone from ACSE go in as a representative of ACSE to award at the local level, highlight them again, celebrate them again near to their Board of Education meeting or wherever, is local to them to celebrate that group, and we can present that way as well. So those were some things to consider that we could discuss and decide, I think, at the April meeting, but I wanted to bring that up. And then that goes now to the question of the amounts and how much we have given in the past historically.
Sure. So we did have to do a little bit of digging and excavation. So again, appreciate the commission's patience on that as we've been through some turnover as well. But from 2015 to 2020, the award amount was $5,000. In 2020, it was suspended due to COVID. In 2021, no award was given. And then in the 2022 meeting, there was a motion that passed that the set award amount would be $2,920 per year for the next 5 years, which would then exhaust the current amount of funding.
Thank you. And that 2,920, that was the award that was passed. That was the motion that was passed. Right. I was not sure for that one.
If I remember correctly, there was also the caveat that we were going to be looking for other folks who might want to fund the Gold Award. So anyone who would like to make a donation.
And that goes to my next point from our committee meeting this morning is we would really like to continue this program. I think I've never met Brian Grazer. I think I've seen a lot of his movies. If he's listening, they're amazing. But it was such a generous award, and what a great idea. And somehow, to be able to bring a private donation into a public agency, public group is not an easy feat. And so I don't know who the original commissioner was who brought this in and connected everybody, but it was a great idea, and it's been going on for so many years now. We would love to see it continue. any commissioners have any connections, besides David, we'd love to hear from you. But, we're also thinking, well, perhaps as we go out and seek perhaps additional funding, we would want, we're asking the CDE to help us. And Dr. Calamus has already mentioned to me that we would have to do something special because we're collecting funds for a state and
yeah, so you're taking a state agency to take donations. There's a process for that. So I think we're exploring those opportunities on our end. So we can engage in dialogue in a meaningful way moving forward as well. So we're happy to continue that conversation on how we as a state can continue that.
Okay. And so if you could, we would like to ask you if you can give us as soon as possible and any information on what kind of timelines we'd need to meet in order to, let's say we got X amount of money, how do we get that into our funds to be able to distribute? Like what kinds of forms, what kind of approvals do we need? If you could let us know what we need to do on our end as soon as you find that information out, right? And then the other thing I was thinking of is, I don't know what happened in the beginning when this award was first established, but I would love to update Mr. Grazer and his family, their foundation, and let them know what they've done, the programs that they've been able to celebrate because of them, what we've been able to do with what they've, he might have forgotten about, and just let them know this is the amazing work that's been happening and all the students that he and his foundation have affected. So I was thinking that's something that we as a committee can continue to look at on how we can reach out in that direction. So any questions or comments? Go ahead.
No question, but thank you for presenting all of that so well. I just wanted to let other commissioners know, particularly those that are newer, this is actually a really cool committee to be a part of. And as Christine mentioned, we're accepting additional committee members. And what that entails, it's actually not a ton other than reviewing these applications and scoring a rubric. But it's a really great opportunity to see some of the really innovative work that's being done around the state. The applications themselves come in and they're very dynamic and chock full of great information and success stories. And so we encourage anybody, if you want to participate, you end up getting, however many applications come in about a week to score them. But they're very engaging and really great to read. So.
Commissioner Estes.
I forgot I was going to say it. Now it's back. It's happening to me lately. Let's see. I was just going to say I would just want to +1 your idea of writing something that sort of summarizes the impact of this giving. And, I'd be happy to help do that with you if you want.
I would love that. Thank you so much.
Do we need to make that an action item if we're sending out official communication from ACSE, or is that okay because this is different?
I don't know the process for nearly anything around here. It seems I'm learning. I'm trying. But what I was thinking is I would help draft something, and we would talk about what the process might be, and then bring it back here. That was just my thought.
So for those of us who might want to volunteer to be reviewers, how should we do that?
Just reach out to me, and then when we start to get the final timeline from CDE, I'll let them know who they should be sending it to. Thank you. And yes, good question about whether we need to make a motion or anything. I think at this point we'd be drafting something. So I think if we can ask to put on the agenda for the April meeting language that we might
have your committee time.
Okay, and then actually on the agenda for the general meeting to have an action item too. Right. Does it need to be a work group? I don't really know.
You can do the work in your committee. You can do the work in your committee time.
Okay.
Okay. And then we'll make the item an action.
Thank you.
Share out.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. Any further comments on this item, commissioners? All right. Seeing none, are there any commentors in the building, in the room? Seeing none, can we have the public comment slide on the screen, please? Thank you.
The public comment slide is up. As a reminder, the public can dial in at 717-908-1926. And the access code is 1166083#. We currently have a public commenter. One moment. Caller, you are live. You have 2 minutes for your public comment. Your time starts now. Caller ending in 2279. You are live.
I'm sorry. I need to call back at a different topic. My apologies.
All right.
We have no other callers.
All right. Thank you. All right, commissioners, we are now ready to move into item number 17, ACSE agenda building. Commissioners, what agenda items do we need to bring forth? We've had some robust conversations, and I have a couple of items that I want to get on record for our next meetings. We need a 508 compliance presentation. We need to know what that is and what requesting presenters need to abide by. I also want us to have a UDL presentation. We need to know what that looks like and what is going to be meaningful for our individual student commissioners. I heard an interest in mental health systems of care. And we made a motion for the webinar Introduction to 2022-23 Individualized Education Program Implementation Data Collection. That was a lot. That was happening during the 1 o'clock hour to come again exactly to ACSE in April. So those are the 1, 2, 3, 4 items. I open the floor to you, commissioners.
I have Commissioner Groff, Commissioner Notch.
I'd like to suggest the teacher shortage, recruitment and retention, and the issues affecting that, and the impact of the teacher shortage. Please, thank you.
Do you have a suggestion of who could provide that presentation?
Thank you.
Learning Policy Institute would be a good source in terms of the data, possibly the Commission on Teacher Credentialing as well, just as a suggestion.
Commissioner Notch.
Just making sure that we have in the beginning of the agenda on the 19th something from Legend Policy Committee so that we can take action necessary before our capital visit. And then since Commissioner Hamilton had to leave early, on her behalf, I'm sharing her list. The NPS study, she was wondering what is the plan for engaging ACSE in this study, what the study hopes to achieve, how can ACSE advise and be involved, so just kind of general more information about that. The new service minutes requirement, so it's great that that's been requested already. Release of Breaking Barriers CYBHI report is on here. And then update on IEP and alt pathways work group recommendations and kind of status, what's happening with those two.
Thank you. Sorry, I have, I guess, kind of comment and then part of my request. I was hoping we could get an update. I'm not sure if it's just on legislation, but just on the status of where we are as a state on the use of physical restraint and isolation and suspensions for students with disabilities. this is really kind of close to home. For those of you who weren't aware, 4 years ago, in 2018, a 13-year-old boy named Max Benson, he was a student with autism, and he's from my city of Davis. He died after he was held in a prone restraint for 90 minutes by staff at a non-public school. And 2 months ago, the Davis School District was found to have, I think the Office of Civil Rights investigated, found numerous violations, and they've got a resolution agreement to work on changes at the district level. But it actually just came up on my news feed yesterday that there is a new legislation that's been proposed. So in 2018, if you're not aware, AB 2657 put restrictions on when such restraints and seclusion could be used. There is a new bill, SB 483, that I believe was just proposed that would ban the use of the prone restraint altogether. And so this is something I'm very interested in. I'm also interested just in the broader question of when physical restraint and isolation and suspensions are used. When AB 2657 was passed, the legislature found that there's no evidence that restraint or seclusion is effective in reducing problem behaviors that frequently precipitate the use of these techniques, and that students with disabilities and students of color, especially African American boys, were disproportionately subject to these forms of restraint and seclusion. So I would really like us as a commission to have an opportunity to look at the status, the state of what is going on, and to the extent we can find out more about this bill and any other things that are happening at the state level to support these kids, because it's just heartbreaking and doesn't work. So that's my ask for next agenda, please.
Thank you, Commissioner Oyakawa. Vice Chair Tostin.
Maybe not for our April meeting, but would love to continue our conversation about our APR data and looking at it sliced different ways and disaggregated. I mean, we looked at some changes in the data, and so I think I'd like to maybe have a part 2 of that conversation. The other suggestion that I have, not maybe for the April meeting, but what's it called? It's one of the indicators for LRE. The standard has changed or will be changing.
6A.
6A, yes. Regarding least restrictive environment, the threshold has moved up to, it's higher than what it has been in the past.
For preschool or indicator 5? Oh, okay. Indicator 5.
Indicator 5, yes. Okay. Just being aware and maybe promoting that the expectations have changed. We're going to be a far more inclusive state based on the next round of indicators that we need to hit. And so now is a good time for us as a commission to be aware of that, and because we were involved in changing that indicator, and then considering how we might be supportive of the field as we move to reaching those higher standards.
I do want to put it out there. Our assessment division is also prepared to come to talk about the alternate LPAC and the reclassification at our April meeting as well. So they would be happy to do that.
And for newer commissioners, that's something to be aware of. There are other departments in other divisions within the department who need to bring items for our perusal, typically near the end of the year as we get into May. And so our agenda will need to make space to accommodate some of those thou shalt conversations that we need to have with various departments.
I also need to put on the record the alternative dispute resolution. They are going to come and speak to us. They're having the ADR conference in March, and so they're going to come and present to us in April. Any other, Commissioner Estes?
Just for future, the youth and or parent or both presentation on mental health needs and necessary supports and services or model supports and services. One that comes to mind is peer-to-peer support that's being funded by the state right now. And I know a number of youth who've become extraordinary mental health advocates in California who were the advocates for that. So it's just something. And then the other on the workforce shortage, Tulare said they don't have a shortage with relation to mental health staff. And so I chased them out of the room because I was like, you've got, like, how? Anyway, it turns out that a lot of the braiding and blending and pipeline development that they're doing really through their partner agency, like system of care, is helping them in that regard. So I don't know if it would be them coming back to talk about system of care, but I think just, Commissioner Graff was mentioning the workforce shortage, and I think that's an interesting follow-up presentation that we might want to have. So with them, just a thought.
I don't have an item to propose, but I was just curious that from my perspective, I really like how the last 2 days have flown, especially this time today, where we were able to work in groups, move some things forward, and not have to be as worried about, okay, we have a presenter coming up and we need to have an hour for that. So I appreciated the agenda structure for today. I recognize it causes challenges just with logistics, but maybe a conversation around other thoughts. Does this work for us? Because as we're trying to fit in the different items and being mindful of, at 4:05, there are folks who are going to be calling in for public comment. So we want to make sure our agenda hits all of those time points so we have time for a conversation. So other thoughts about meeting structure in terms of the sequence of items?
So I think sequence, meaning...
We had presentations and then we had work sessions.
Oh, okay.
So.
I was just going to bring up about the breaks, just because as we get student and youth more on the commission, we have to be also aware that they may need more of those breaks, and also, just overall some health concerns that other people may have on our commission themselves.
We all age.
Yes. No, I mean, it's hard to sit for hours and hours. So yeah, no.
I'm not remembering specifics. Sorry, too close. But I do remember when we were talking specifically about the work around getting the student commissioners, there were some things we needed to take action on in April. Did we take action on them today?
Yep.
Oh, excellent. We got A+. Turned in the assignment early. Excellent.
All right. Any further on agenda building? Hearing none at the dais. Are there any public commenters in the audience? All right, Ms. Alvarado, can you facilitate the phone lines, please?
Yes, the public comment slide is up. One moment. As a reminder, the public can dial in at 717-908-1926, and participant access code is 1166083#. We have callers. One moment. Caller, you are live. You will have 2 minutes for public comment. As a reminder, this comment period is for item 17. That caller dropped. Next caller ending in 7407. You have 2 minutes for public comment. You are live.
Hello there. This is Judy McKinley calling. Maybe I'm not on yet.
You are live.
I would like to say, first of all, I think it's critically important that you mention the item that public comment is being taken on. It's sometimes very hard to follow. I would like to address the fact that dyslexia has not been a major subject that the Commission is addressing. I find it critically important that dyslexia be on the agenda with major comments on that. Christy from Dr. Portantino, or Senator Portantino's office today told us that she has dyslexia and that he has either yesterday or today introduced new legislation for dyslexia. So please make that part of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller ending in 6594 for public comment on item 17. You are live.
This is Ann England again from Captain. I just wanted to ask and request if we could be included on your April meeting. April's Autism Acceptance Month, so it would be an opportune time to provide you with an update on the efforts of Captain to provide the necessary supports and resources for this growing autism population. Thank you very much.
We have no further callers.
Thank you. We are now moving into item 18, general public comment. At this time, the public is invited to make comments on any matter, including items not on the agenda. Commissioners are precluded from discussing matters not on the agenda. However, questions may be asked by commissioners for clarification purposes. The Commission would like to acknowledge receipt of all public comments submitted via email. Issues raised by the public may be referred to for a future agenda item. Public comments are limited to 2 minutes. All right. Please, okay, I see the public comment slide is still up. Are there any public commenters in the audience?
Yes, Chair. We do have general public comments. At this time, Barbara Hanson, please come to the podium. You have 2 minutes of time.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to address you guys here. Thank you. My name's Karen Shea. I'm here to, thank you for the opportunity, but I'm here to provide some background information on fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, FASD, and provide briefly some of the challenges that my foster son had, and that we are really grateful that SB 1016 was passed. The other thing we want to do is request that you have a full-on agenda item in the future sometime this year about FASD in education. It's really pretty prevalent, not just special education, but really impacts many people in special education too. Let me just first start with also my colleague, Barbara Hanson. She's actually been here before some years ago. She's going to provide more context on the FASD efforts and provide information about another proposed bill. But so at a high level, my foster son and our family had a lot of challenges because he did not have academic and other support for his FASD. Let me just start there. I'm a former CASA and foster parent of an African-American young adult from San Mateo County. His first name, I'm not going to tell you his full name, but I'll just call him D. D was born prematurely and in poverty. Fortunately, he was quickly diagnosed with sickle cell anemia. That gave him some medical oversight through his formative years, but unfortunately, the doctors did not know they also should have suspected fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. Oh, I only get 2 minutes. Okay. Anyhow, he, especially around 5th grade, how many seconds do I have? 0. Okay, I can leave my talking points. How about that? Except white out his name, please. And the only other thing I'm going to just say that he finally got regional center services when he was 24 because it took so long to get him diagnosed. He was never properly tested in school, and his doctor, the doctor that did the full-on tests, read all his records and said that he never got his tests completed because he would get fatigued. They could never complete the test, and they never brought him back in to complete it. I just want to let you guys know that, too.
Thank you.
I'm Barbara Hansen. I want to thank you for all that you do. And I did come with my FASD collaborative from Santa Clara County here about 5 years ago to tell you we're going to work really, really hard to get some legislation, and we did. So yay, team. It was a huge endeavor for all of us. It's SB 1016, and it puts FASD under OHI. We would have loved to have it be a separate category. It did not pass that, but one day really soon. I don't know what you know about FASD. You have a fact sheet that is in front of you. It is 1 in 20, and I always say the 1 in 20 is me. I had an alcoholic mother. And it is the latest developmental disability really in the world. We need to know more about it. Even though we have education in line here, and you're enthusiastically pursuing how we can do the kinds of eligibility for our kiddos. We also have some other legislation that doesn't necessarily include you, but it makes what you do more successful. And it is going to be under the Health and Safety Code relating to public education. It is that no single agency can respond effectively to the causes and effects of effective fetal alcohol spectrum, and we are going to ask for funding so that all of the agencies can begin to start working together. A huge amount of our incarcerated youth, our youth that fail in school, those who are unhoused on the streets, are undiagnosed children and adults with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. Dave Cortese will co-sponsor the legislation. We're looking for a sponsor, and all of you who are incredibly well connected, and I know that you are, please read the fact sheets and get a hold of us. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Are there any other public commenters in the room?
No, Chair. We have no other commenters.
Thank you. Ms. Alvarado, do we have any public commenters on the phone?
We do. We have 4 callers. As a reminder, this is the public comment period for general public comment. You may dial in at 717-908-1926, and the access code is 1166083#. Caller ending in 9513, you are live. You have 2 minutes for public comment starting now.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for taking the time to listen to me today. My name is Nicola Saltzman. I'm a behavior specialist with Irvine Unified School District, and a member of the Orange County Captain region that serves approximately 11,000 students with autism. I'm calling today with a plea for action for ongoing funding for the California Autism Professional Training and Information Network, CAPTAIN, to support the ever-growing needs of students with autism and their families within California. As I'm sure you know, autism is the fastest growing SPED qualifying disability, prevalence rates of 1 in 44 children. It's also the most commonly litigated disability, accounting for over 1/3 of the disputes per year. CAPTAIN has trained over 14,000 educators and families per year, even during the pandemic. We're very proud of that. CAPTAIN provides a much-needed resource for supporting teachers and families in learning to use effective evidence-based practices that will help improve outcomes for this population of very vulnerable students. As the CDE and this advisory board considers the funding of special education resource leads, it's critical you pay attention to the needs of this fast-growing and high-needs population and continue to fund CAPTAIN. Students with autism have poor outcomes in other disability groups. For example, nearly 40% of students with autism spend less than 40% of their school day in the general education setting, and 5% are educated in highly restrictive non-public school settings, compared to only 2% of students with disabilities overall. Most disturbing, as you noted earlier, are the rates in which physical restraint and seclusion are used with students with autism. Data from during the 2021 school year, 41% of all incidents of physical restraint, 46% of all instances of seclusion involve students with autism. So thank you so much for recognizing the ongoing needs of supporting our students with autism and the need for your continued support and funding of CAPTAIN.
Thank you, caller.
Next caller, ending in 1025. You are live. You will have 2 minutes. Please identify yourself. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, Chair Hayes White, Vice Chair Tostin, and Commissioners. I am Angie Martin of Acton, California. I can characterize my work in the area of disability education as serving in the capacity at the local and SELPA levels in North Los Angeles County. I wanted to take this minute to tell you how important it is that the ACSE meetings are aired to the public and how happy I am to see that the liaison and subcommittee process being used effectively in the work of the ACSE. By watching the ACSE meetings, I can track the work both at the subcommittee and commission levels against the priorities the commission sets at the state level and communicate those priorities and progress towards them back to the local level. It helps me so much in my work to share that the education of disabled students is considered deeply at the state level, which provides so much hope to those doing the daily work in the field at the LEA level. I would say that when we were having those bad days and wonder, why am I doing this? A quick watch of a replay of an ACSE meeting is a great reminder that none of us is alone in the work. Thank you, commissioners, for the work you do on behalf of the students and the staff that serves them in the state of California. Thank you.
Thank you, caller.
Next caller, ending in 2279. You are live. You will have 2 minutes. Please identify yourself.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Aubin Stamer. I'm a researcher at the University of California Davis Mind Institute, and we just heard from someone from CAPTAIN, and I want to talk a little bit about the research we've done, federally funded for the past almost 8 years, looking at the effectiveness of CAPTAIN. We're funded by the Federal Department of Education to look at CAPTAIN because it's a national model for scaling up evidence-based autism practices. And the research tells us, generally, that we can improve the outcomes of autistic students by supporting teachers and using evidence-based interventions. Our research in California finds that teachers trained by a CAPTAIN professional development provider have significantly higher knowledge of evidence-based practices. They feel more confident using those practices and explaining them to parents. They were also twice as likely to report using practices effectively and as they're supposed to be used than if they were not trained by a Captain PD provider. They had significantly higher classroom quality as well compared to teachers trained in other ways. This is going to lead to better outcomes for students. I've been especially impressed with the way Captain uses implementation science to make sure they're not just training the teachers, but also putting support in place for sustaining practices and putting supports in place for districts, and using the evidence that we sometimes provide to improve their practices. So I think their work's only going to get better, and I hope that the CDE and this advisory board continue to fund this amazing special education resource and actually think about using it as a model for other practices in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, caller.
Next caller, ending in 7407. You will have 2 minutes. You are now
Good afternoon. This is Judy McKinley again. I wanted to address the director of the School for the Blind and Deaf's presentation yesterday. She did an extraordinary job. I think the point needs to be made that all children, certainly ones with learning disabilities, dyslexia, attention deficit disorder, obviously autism, all need to be considered in providing services earlier. Her comments about kids not waiting until school time in order to be dealing with their deafness or their blindness is totally true of all other handicapped kids. And we are just wasting valuable time when they don't get services at an early level. And I would like to thank all of you for the job you're doing. I think this has been much more productive than meetings in the past. And please keep making the public availability known to the folks out here who are trying to watch and listen and be part of the process. Thank you.
Thank you, caller.
We have one more caller, ending in 2279. Are you still on? You're live.
Oh, I'm sorry. I will hang up.
We have no further callers.
Thank you. Wow. We had a robust 2-day meeting, didn't we? You guys are amazing. Thank you for all your dedication and hard work and focus and contributions and participation. The students and families and I really appreciate you. Seeing no further business, I now adjourn our 2-day February 16th, 2023 in-person California Advisory Commission on Special Education meeting at 4:07 p.m. I see y'all in April.